What is up, friends? Happy Thursday. Hope y'all are having a wonderful week and maybe even a wonderful spring break. But you know what? We take no time off here at NECC. It is Thursday, which means it is time for some Overwatch. My name is Jeff. I've got my wonderful bestie, Chef Billy, here beside me, and we have a lineup of some fantastic matches here for you tonight.
Man, we've got a pretty stacked slate here, Jeff, as we're going to take a look at where we're going. Right out the gate, Illinois State versus the Bryant and Stratton College Bobcats out of Virginia. Hippies home state, repping the VA there. I have a bone to pick with you, Redbirds Esports, for beating down my Missouri State Bears yesterday. We're gonna have a chat. You and I having a chat about that later. But after that, we'll have Sam and Ray in here to bring you the rest of the evening. It's going to be UCI versus Mizzou, another Missouri school coming in here, Clairvoyance team. Then finish everything off. That one should be really, really good. It's a good barometer for where Mizzou Esports is sitting at right now, having won the Border Clash just a couple of weeks ago. Then to finish the night out, it's going to be University of California, Santa Cruz versus the completely surprising University of New Mexico Lobos, the Cherry team. Holy cow, taking a look at what they've done so far. My word, they just beat ASU a couple weeks ago. ASU just beat Boise State to win the CECC West qualifier. At esports right now, the collegiate scene is in a state of flux. And this is the best time to be here watching us bring you all these stories, all these players. They are out for blood. They're out for championships. They're looking for some rings to put in their trophy cabinets. We'll see how it goes down. We're going to start off with the Redbirds versus the Bobcats.
Yeah, this one should definitely be a bit bloody here as we take a look. Almost a flawless season here for ISU, except for that map 5 drop, that banger we saw in week 3 versus Northwood. Went all the way the distance. Unfortunately, Redbird's not able to close that one out, and it's actually have a bit of a blemish there on the right-hand side of their record. BSC have struggled a little bit in Season 9. They haven't quite found their rhythm like we're used to seeing from this squad as we've entered the major changes, the complete overhaul, not just in what we see in the mechanics in game, but how you have to think on how you approach, how you engage. Every role has had to make adjustments coming into Season 9 with these sweeping changes. BSC haven't quite found their footing on that.
They really haven't. And there's going to be some changes that we're going to show you here in a little bit. But let's go ahead and take a look at the competitors, the pugilists, if you will, coming into tonight's match. We're going to start off with Redbird Esports, Illinois State, Lethal, Ariel Admiral, and Skyle. Household names, tier 2 royalty. Not much really needs to be said about this team. There are some players here also competing in OWCS teams. I don't have those teams in front of me right now because I am a loser. They're going to be just hard to beat. They could, sub people in and probably still take a pretty good result against this BSC team. There's just a tier gap between the top 4 here in the nation, and then there's just a big steep cliff. Then everybody starts filing in behind that. So I think that, steel sharpens steel. And I think this is a great opportunity for your BSC Bobcats, who we'll take a look at now, to take a look and see how they're going to line up here. And we've got Jimical coming in. Cyber, one of the most underrated tanks. Cannot get it going, Jeff.
Yeah, and that's been a point of contention here with BSC, it seems. And Cyber is someone we've definitely been very high on the collegiate scene, but truly not quite executing, not quite finding that same rhythm that they're used to having, not finding the same success, that's for darn sure. So BSC making adjustments. Jimical, who's been playing support for the squad, moving into the tank role here in week 5. See if maybe this is the change up, try to adjust the tempo from BSC a bit and find their footing.
I hope they can, honestly. Even taking a map off of here, I think, for BSC would be a major salve to the wounds that they have been inflicted here so far in our spring semester here in the NECC. Ochre-wise, I'm still riding the high stonks on the Bobcats right now. I just completed my rankings last night. They'll be coming out, I believe, on Saturday. And you'll see the shakeup that I'm talking about that's coming through. We're in such a state of flux right now with the whole Winthrop thing going down. We just had a chance to see them a couple weeks ago. I mean, that's an unfortunate situation. Kaluge retiring the day before all that stuff really went down. Bad timing. Good guy, bad timing. So please be nice to Colin. Colin's a good guy. Jeff vouches for him, so I vouch for him too. But we'll see. It's true. I mean, and I so Winthrop, I'm going to see a massive dive off the deep end here. We're only going to have a top 3 that's going to be in that elite echelon of collegiate teams.
And ISU wants to be one of those top 3. I feel like ISU was a bit slept on coming into this with this new roster, and I think they're just as hungry as ever. Let's take a look at our map poll, see where we're going here today. As always, it's loser pick here in NECC. With bans, map polls, which if you've been watching a little bit of the Overwatch Champions series, you've noticed they've implemented some map bans over there. We did it here first, y'all. Map bans in effect from both of our squads. Lijiang Tower to kick things off.
I love it. We love it. I mean, I haven't had a chance to see it for, I think a week. So, I mean, it's back to the old standard here. No worries there. We'll see, 3 different maps, probably 2 here because ISU is traditionally pretty good at control. I think that we've seen BSC get better at control. They've, kind of been a roller coaster. Well, we've had them on the broadcast here now 3 weeks in a row. I don't hate it. I love it. I love seeing them grow. But this is going to be a reforming week for them. And Lijiang Tower is going to be where it starts. So we'll see what the Jimmical take looks like. We'll see what the Miro support is able to accomplish in the main support role. This is a moment of flux, and I think it completely echoes what's going on throughout the entirety of collegiate Overwatch. Is things got to change? You got to shake things up, and that's exactly what's happening for BSC right now.
Always a team that has been a bit slept on as well, but always seem to get it done. Bobcats have never had regular household names. They never went out headhunting, spending large buku bucks to buy the latest, hottest prodigy. They've stuck with this squad. The squad's been together for a bit now, a couple of years now. They've got a lot of synergy. They got a lot of heart. They know what they can. They know what they can do. They know what they can survive these tests. And I think the Bobcats have certainly been tested here in spring of 24. And they stand in the spawn right now. All the preparations behind them. Nothing else they can do but wait these 3 seconds for the doors to open. And Redbirds will come out. Face here in week 5.
I am very interested to see the Manually versus Will. W. Maymon, for those of you that don't know the household name there. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup because Manually has surprised us, has impressed us, and has really shown a great amount of moxie here in the tracer role for BSC. So I think, good engagements from Manually, maybe getting the better with Will, might be the way to go.
Yeah, we saw Manually, really put up a good showing against Rocket there versus Northwood, but Maymon is another caliber, is certainly another top tier, S tier tracer. Woo! Woo, but Slater just took their head right off. Alone didn't quite get around that corner in time. Slater had that reticle perfectly positioned, predicting that blink.
I love it. I love it, and that's exactly what you need here for BSC is get the belief going. Manually playing very aggressive. I like the double blink across the bridge to get back to the healing arms of their team. Possibly if they can get some healing going on. But, Lethal right now is putting in a lot of work here on the Echo and almost has a duplicate online.
Kind of a mainstay at ISU at this point. Playing off the side angle, the off angle, flank angle, whatever I want to call it. And ISU continue to just orbit around this objective, looking for anything they can find. Manually makes it back onto safe ground, but just barely. Meanwhile, ISU have made their way onto the point. Lethal's going to drop the duplicate in response to the Kitsune rush coming out from the Bobcats. Face to face against Jimmical. Manually throws it in the pulse and it lands. Lethal goes down right after the duplicate ends. The pulse takes their life, but Skull is there in addition, just piling up the hurt. This one's still going, Billy. A late rush from ISU, though. I think he's going to close it out.
Yeah, it's the rush. They even invested the sound barrier into that, and Miro goes down in a heap. So, that is a throw of an ultimate there. But they do get to 66%. So, you see the extravaganza kind of barrel out here. They get some work done. They're having to deal with a Ramatra now that the Annihilation is going to be online. They're going to have their own sound barrier. So BSC really needs to get an early, quick pick. The engagement has to be clean from him.
Slater's already given it to him once in this map. So far, it's been a great start here for BSC. Later working around the outside. Hits the pick! Takes Mamone down again! Doesn't even pop the overclock yet. That was gorgeous. Mamone just got the worst surprise of his life. Sound barrier now in from ISU, but BSC are able to disengage. Aerial has the one tool left here in the form of the Annihilation, but Aerial is purple. The Rampage is in. Aerial just has to throw the block up. The Annihilation is barely keeping the Bobcats at bay. Typical does eventually go down. Slater falls to a good left hook, and ISU, they stay the course, but just barely, Billy.
Woo! All right, BSC, I like the look. I like the looks that we're getting from them right now. Their engagement is a lot more decisive. And Slater is being absolutely decisive right now in taking these little off angles, hunting down Will on the Tracer. That is 2 fights in a row where they've let out with that early pick.
There's needs to do it one more time, unfortunately, for them. Got to keep that consistency going if you want to beat a squad with a pedigree of the Redbirds. Chemical in early. Rush at the ready. Slater does it again! Oh my, Slater's on one today. Both rushes are in, and the Bobcats have a one-player advantage and have a sound barrier in their pocket if they need it. ISU close it up on 99% with a duplicate in from Lethal onto the support. Trying to get an extra rush in here to supply ISU with the speed that they need, but manually is in the back. Skyle goes down. Mamone does trade one back out, and now is trying to chase down manually. Mamone's going to find that kill as well. Sound barrier eventually thrown in here from Miro. And ISU have reinforcements returning to this fight. Once again, it's their tenacity wins them out in this one, despite the early advantage from the Bobcats. And this one's going to be enough to seal off this sub-map. Just got to finish off a couple of staggers here at the end.
I mean, this is fantastic work from Illinois State. They have really bent and not broken. I mean, I'm telling you what, BSC right now are on one. Slater is on one. Miro's doing a pretty damn good job as well, kind of ushering and taxing the team around. The good disengages. I mean, that disengage from the Annihilation almost wins them the fight. So
I thought they had it. I thought they had it.
Yeah. So I mean, a fantastic debut here for Miro on the main support. And I mean, Slater though. Slater 3 fights, 3 picks on the Will. That is public enemy number 1 for BSC. They know that the Tracer's good, but Lethal actually doing really well here on the Echo. I like the fact that they went with that support and got that extra rush out because it helps them win the fight.
Just that extra sustain alone. Now we're going to get a little Bastion composition out of ISU. Lethal's just going full in on this front load of damage. Chemical may not be ready for this one. Zarya Bubble is, well, I mean, just a balloon in front of a Bastion. And here they go. Lethal turns the corner with a lot of Bobcats in their sights. Proto gets caught out. I think that was a boop that sent Proto back into the LOS of Lethal.
Yeah, there better be a switch off of the Zarya right now. You are not going to sustain in that. I would go to a Sigma here. Do not keep trying to force the Zarya because you're just throwing the map. At this point, you're just throwing the map if you're going to stick with the Zarya.
Well, this is the problem with Bobcats just now making this swap, right? This is early into testing Jimmicle on this tank roll. And so, as such, you can imagine that Jimmicle probably doesn't have as an extensive as a pool as Cyber as far as heroes to choose from. So, maybe Jimmicle just doesn't have the Sigma in their pocket.
Oh?
A couple of good kills, yeah.
I mean,
was that a sitting aerial?
That was a sitting aerial. And I'm not sure
what exactly happened. Yeah. Yeah, I think the first 2 kills were earned, and then it's just a reset from Aerial, but it's kind of done in a funny, comical fashion. That's my interpretation of what we just saw. I could be wrong.
Is that interpretive dance coming from Aerial with the sitting pose? I will accept my death gracefully.
I will accept you casting in River Dance only. I would like to see that happen. Lethal does go down, but there's the response. Aerial has gone over to a Winston. That's Winston time, apparently.
I mean, okay. This should be interesting. Backline's going to be under duress. They're going to have build up towards a beautiful rival. But I mean, this actually works for Jimmicle in the Zarya department because you can burn through that bubble, and Monkey's going to be under massive, massive pressure after that.
You see Aerial having to back out. Jimmicle's trying to pursue, trying to put as much damage down on anybody within range. Does buy at least entrance to the choke. Nope, it's going to get closed immediately by this ult coming out from Lethal. That does force out both bubbles from Jimmicle, which slows down this approach in. And time is not on BSE's side right now, but manually picking up a good kill and continues to be a shining star here for the Bobcats. Deadeye sped onto the point, looking for skulls. There's a few aerial falls. And Bobcats are not done here. Manually misses with the pulse, but still has eyes set on a couple exit picks.
I mean, Slater right now on the Cassidy is getting the work done and really dealing with Maimone and the Winston denying their mobility, which is what, Illinois State is thriving on right now. So we'll see what happens here. Lethal over to the Echo. So they're going to be kind of raising the eye level now of this BSC team.
Kitsune rush in from Redbird. Stopped by a Graviton Surge. There's a sound barrier there as well. And BSC are not able to punch through all the shielding, even with an amplification matrix of their own. Still, 4 support ults out. Nobody has died. Primal Rage will finish off Proto into the corner. Finds Jimical, who looks low. Decides to turn their big Hamhawk fists onto the Lucio. Trying to keep them in the corner, but Miro's able to escape, but only temporarily. Mamon's going to hunt them down. And this is going to be 1 by 1. ISU dismantling the Bobcats. Should be closing this out. Still a little bit of time left, but ISU's in firm control.
I mean, Jimical does the reset there. 10% to go. Somebody's got to touch Jimical over to the Junker Queen.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Slater.
What was I just saying?
I don't know. Did they get a? Did they put Gracie out there, pull somebody, and get the kill on it?
I was more concerned with Slater just kind of dancing as the Bastion there, or what was? Okay, anyway, or Lethal, I guess that was. This has gone into crazy town. What did ISU just do? Like, they just ran away from the point? Is that what I just saw?
I mean, so manually pursued them, got 2 kills. I mean, that's basically it. So once again, that grenade is so damn good from Slater.
I'm more convinced than ever. We just need to cast in Riverdance for this match now.
I'm not going to insult our beautiful friend Ethan Ocean. Doing that, he would hate us forever.
Come on the outside. That one a little bit wide. We do have Miro dancing along the walls here as BSE is trying to fortify by this Mega. But with Lethal in the skies, eventually ISU are going to work around, force them to the inside, and manually falls in the process. So ISU have dislodged BSC from their comfy little hidey hole and forced them back into the brawl in the middle of this point. Ariel has since swapped over to Azaria just to add one more tank into the mix of how many we've seen here on Lijiang Tower. Double sound barriers are now out, and we're in a 99-99 overtime for the point. Lots of shots landing there onto Ariel, but still can't finish them off. Bobcats are falling as 1 by 1 they tried to approach, and 1 by 1 they find themselves back in spawn.
I mean, not a bad comeback from the 50%, to the 99 there. Just a little bit too much punching power. I think Illinois State might be having a little bit of fun with their food as well. But I mean, good, smart tactics here from them. I mean, despite a couple of broken fights where, it was just kind of odd that we saw. I think that they're still taking this workmanlike, and that's something that I really want to point out from this Redbirds team, is that they are taking this season extremely seriously. They're taking it, workmanlike, and I love to see that. I think that, honestly, with all the talent that we've seen here that have been in the World Cup, in the Tier 2 scene, I think that World Cup really did kind of make teams really focus a lot more, especially these individual players. We're seeing the benefits, the fruits of that labor from the World Cup show here on NECC.
And we're getting to see players, take on world caliber Overwatch League, previous T1 players here from ISU. BSC, these are not notable names. We have not seen them compete in contenders in the past like we have seen from ISU. We've seen Admiral and Mimon, absolutely dominate in the EU scene, and it's the level of experience they're bringing in, and then to have BSC be able to go up and go to toe-to-toe with them. That, to me, is the best part. To see Slater, taking down Mimon 3 times in a row there on Gardens with just perfectly placed rail shots. To watch manually take those Tracer duels and absolutely stand up in those Tracer duels against these high-pedigree players, to me, that is just magic, man. It's magic.
It's magic, and it's got to be boom. Like I said, it's salve for the soul. So let's see what they do. Taking a look at the stream here, it looks like Proda from BSE has gone ahead and banned out Dorado. Unlucky.
Indeed.
I I would love to see that. But you know,
I think
we'll
that's
see
just
how
scared
this
of
goes forward.
Lethal's Echo. If I had to place a guess onto the strategic behind that, assuming that it's not just they don't like Dorado or they don't feel comfortable on that map or something within the team, my theory would be like, no, do not let Lethal play Echo on that map, please. He'll murder us.
Yeah. I mean,
It's just, my theory.
I mean, it's a sound theory. It's definitely a sound theory. I mean, if you're BSC, I would just throw caution to the wind. I mean, have fun, go somewhere different. Maybe not the expected. That's what I like from these teams. Let's see, ISU bands. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and do that. Oh, we have an extra person. We have the blank void joining us here on the desk.
Really giving you all a peek behind the curtain here as we're waiting for our teams to decide, waiting for BSC to decide what is the best escort map to give them the highest chance of taking one against ISU here. I will say, I mean, I think the performance on Lijiang is confidence bolstering. I mean, I thought they did really well, and it didn't feel like BSC were leagues behind. I mean, especially on Gardens. Now, on Control Center, it was a little bit of a different story. But on Gardens, man, it was close.
I was kind of hoping because Ariel's known for their diva, right? I mean, we saw it in contenders. We saw it in the lead up to the World Cup during the online qualifiers. Played in there over KSA a couple of times. Did a really good job on the diva. I mean, the diva is so damn good. I was kind of hoping for the Jivical diva, Ariel diva matchup. That would have been exciting for me because I was a former diva main, so still a diva. But we will see what's going to happen here. I mean, looks like they have banned out Rialto, so this is going to be interesting where we go. It is the Bobcats pick here, and this should be fun. This should be fun where we're going.
Oh, looks like we do have a pick, and Circuit Royale is going to be our choice for map number 2 here.
Okay, so you're wanting to take the sniper duel versus the Illinois Redbirds, and I mean, historically, I can think of a handful of times that I've seen Will on a sniper. I can think of a handful of times that Lethal has been on a sniper.
Not very often.
Not very often. So this might actually be kind of favorable for them because we know that Manually has a darn good Widowmaker, and we know that the hit scan prowess of Slater probably has. They would probably play the Widow, and Manually might come out either on the Sojourn.
That's a good
or
theory,
they might come out on the Widow.
But Slater has moved to tank.
Oh!
Yeah! Yeah! That was my response. Oh, wait.
Nani?
Wait, what? Nani?
Nani?
Braid,
Nani
error 404. I mean, Slater had such a good performance with the Sojourn in particular. Yeah, I'm definitely surprised to see them moving into that tank role. But if I had to take a stab at this one, it would be because of that hero pool. I suspect Jimical does not have the widest breadth of tank heroes under their belt that they feel confident going up against ISU with. So bringing in Slater, perhaps Slater has practice on a Sigma or something of that nature, and can come in for this particular scenario. That's my theory here.
I would like to revisit here that we do have Miro that's playing the main support right now, and did a pretty darn good job of it. Great sound barriers, by the way, that came out from Miro there in Lijiang. But they are listed as a tank on the roster, and I'm just kind of thinking, perhaps give Miro a shot. I mean, we saw how Letho did on the Kiriko. I know that it's an increased cooldown and increased ult generation, but still, I mean, aim is aim. Maybe put your hit scan player on the Kiriko and let him hit the kunais. But yeah, I mean, just as you put out there, Slater going to come out on the Sigma here. So we're looking at up close and personal. We're going to look for Ariel. We're going to get a pause, so we're not going to do any of that stuff that I was about to light up. We'll see what's going to happen here. Probably technical issues, perhaps.
I'm not sure. I do want to mention that this Bobcat squad has been together. It'll be 2 years that this team has been together after this semester. So when you talk about having Miro in the support role as opposed to the tank role, and what heroes that this roster has available to them, I mean, it's not like they just came together and are throwing spaghetti at the wall. There's 2 years of experience behind this squad. They know what their strengths are. So I think there's certainly a plan here, friends. Billy and I just don't know what it is.
We'll figure it out. We'll get there in the end.
Slater is on SIG, so I think that theory's so far working out.
Oh. Okay, Skyle.
From a kunai. Oh, Skyle doesn't need a scope to find your dome. My goodness.
I mean, if you think about the matchup that we saw a couple weeks ago, I mean, Skyle on the Zenyatta was just a third sniper. It was on this map, as a matter of fact. Really played a damn good Zenyatta as well. So, I mean, there is lots to deal with here. If you're the Bobcats, they need to get aggressive. They need to find their positioning and take these corners with caution.
It really is a lot to deal with. ISU can sit back and poke if they want to with Lethal and Skyle. They could dive in with Mimon and Admiral and Skyle. Skyle could just swift step into a dive with the Lucio and the Tracer. ISU have a lot of variables with this composition, and they can kind of do whatever they want. Mimon's going to win that battle up on the high ground. Jimical really, really needed that high ground.
I mean, the fact that you lose Lethal, though, is, something to deal with here. I mean, the heal is being pumped in by Proto. Holy cow. And they take down the tank. This is a good start for them.
Eventually able to break open and get out of the front door. Step one complete. It only took them about a buck and a half to get it done. An exit pick here would be huge. And about to say, it looks like somebody was stuck by enemy lines. Yeah, it was Mimon. I couldn't tell by the silhouette who it was, but there was somebody stuck here. Yep, there it is. That's what I'm looking at. Is Skyle gonna get this kill? Is Skyle gonna get this kill?
Wow. Nope, Swift steps out, gets the damage done. They have the rush online. So, I mean, look for the recontest here. Aerial's lined up, ready to go. Oh my gosh, that's an early flux.
Good one, too. Manuel's going to find Skyle, and the ball can sustain. No absence from this comp. Even with the hands up, Aerial will not survive that onslaught of damage. This car continues to roll after breaking the spawn hole. BSC have not been stopped.
They're going full bore aggressive here, and I like this. They're going to take all this space, and they're going to force fights out of Illinois State's on their terms. But I mean, I believe there's somebody still behind. I think Will's still behind the lines. I'm not exactly sure. I thought I saw the silhouette of the Tracer.
I don't think so. We got Miro babysitting the cart. And everybody else is trying to keep ISU contained. This poke comp of BSE is very, very good once it's entrenched. So, I mean, this is exactly what the Bobcats want. And it's up to ISU to dislodge them. And so far, they have not been able to. Jimical's finding the range here. A couple of quick picks. That is Lethal with a Zenyatta duplicate. They're in the streets. You can land back in the hotel, so Lethal's just going to circle all the way to the outside of the map.
All right.
Or at least could, if they want to.
Could, yes. I would suggest they do that because they need to get a bit of a defense going on here. That's going to be the rush coming out.
So a rush answered by the amplification matrix. Sound barrier used from ISU as they surge forward, completely devaluing the window here, finding 2 kills along the way. Aerial didn't feel the need to press Q, figured enough is enough as they stop this car.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good, simple little double support ultimate to win in the fight. That's a good pick there from Manuel. I know that we'll get back to the fight fast, but still, it puts a little bit of room for caution. Here to, don't peek because Manually is absolutely locked in right now.
Bobcat's forced to go over to a cast and try to retake this valuable position. It's just too tough to retake with the double sniper across the chicane. Here comes Momona deep. That's eyes set. Air's going to pop the Annihilation to pick up 3 when Momona get in and into the mix as well. Slater tried to counter with their own ultimate, but nothing doing.
I mean, they had already lost 2 when I think they had already planned to let loose with the flux there. So, it's an unfortunate circumstance there. Manually over to the Sojourn, so a little bit extra mobility.
The second
less
sniper's now gone.
Right. So the charge rail is what they're looking for in Jimical. Oh my God, this is absolutely blown up.
And I feel like, I mean, BSC are kind of throwing a little bit of an audible here. This is not how they drew this up. This is not how they planned this map to go. Once they were not able to cap seconds, started to slip through their fingers here, Billy. And it's manually going down, not good. It's going to be up to manually. I mean, you'd really rather have Slater on the Sojourn, right? Slater was starting off the engagement so well in Lijiang Tower for BSC, and now that they've had to go back to the Sojourn, it feels like the role swaps might be biting them in the butt a little bit.
Okay. I mean, we got a swap here. Slater's going to come out on the Doom Fist. We've got Mira swapping over to Lucio, so they're going to have a little extra pep in their step. They've got to break the spawn hold, however.
They don't have anything as ultimate-wise to do it with. They're just going to have to do it in the neutral. Force out some cooldowns. It's good to start. Oh, but the punch doesn't quite land. As Admiral's able to escape it only temporarily. Back at spawn goes the sound barrier. Good start. Miro finds Skyle as well. Oh, I love the tenacity coming out of this Lucio player. Landed the Cheerios right in the head. You want some breakfast? Come on, Mamone. Mamone tried to dish him back out. I will take my milk before my cereal. Thank you very much. Go back to spawn.
And I mean, it came out, just some tenacity. I mean, this team will not say no and will not give up. No is not in their repertoire, not in their environments. We'll see how they get done here. Will is going to bring out the rarely seen Widowmaker. I mean, the aim has always been good, so should kind of translate.
Not to play against the Doomfist. You can see Lethal all the way back in that hallway to protect Mamon to try to get him in some line of sight. Rush out from the defense. Soundbarrier used in conjunction. Well, Slater's the one who finds the pick. Deadeye is out from Chimical. Manually had an overclock going, and neither really found Painter. Overtime is going, so Slater is forced to stay on this cart and just pray that somebody can get a kill. BSC need an elimination now, but they have to work through an annihilation and just way too much to stay on the other side. Now ISU have managed to surround them, and this is as far as BSC will get.
Unlucky, for sure. I mean, they had a really good head of steam going, and then the stall and the stop and the brick wall happened right outside the entrance to the hotel. So, I mean, 81.82 meters there. Pretty good for them. I mean, they were starting to really make the connections with these combos, being able to go in behind it. And then this happened. I think this is where everything kind of went off the rails. Will was really hunting down Miro on this Zenyatta. I think they stayed on the Zenyatta a little bit too long and just were not able to get the push once they got past point A. Now, taking that into consideration, when they swapped their composition up, they started getting foothold once again, just not enough time to get that ult cycle up.
A little bit, but I mean, BSC, with putting Slater on tank before this map ever started, they made a roster swap and they went to circuit. They were going all in on this double sniper strategy, apparently, right out of the get-go. They're showing us that on attack, and as soon as they had to swap off of that, I think that's when things went awry. So it's BSC's best chance was when they were approaching point B. They needed to keep that going. They needed to get that cap so desperately. But it was a really good re-engage from ISU. I think BSC played a little too close up against Hotel. ISU speed engage onto them. That's that.
Well, I mean, they're going to have one hell of a defense here. They're going to, kind of bring out something a little different here. Give them a different eyesight here in the May. So, they're going to try and deny space here from Ariel on this Ramattra. If they can surround it and, start getting these picks, maybe start getting that good feeling back that they need and be able to deal with all this pressure coming in.
Ariel's going to run onto the wrong side of the tracks and chased out. Jericho just backs up in the tiny room. Those punches will pierce through everybody and that kinetic grasp. Suzu has to be used from ISU to try to get into this room, but a wall will deny entrance. Ariel gets shut out. The SE are able to rotate back to the corner without losing anybody. That's actually a win here for the defense. Let's see if they can hold this corner now.
I mean, the good wall coming out there, looking for Lethal in the sky. It forces the ice block out, and there goes the opening. That's what the Redbirds need here to get themselves moving forward, is taking down Slater. Now all the rest of the dominoes are going to fall. So, I mean, they burn a minute 10 off the clock. They're going to have a chance for a second contest here. They're going to have a window to deal with. Also, the sound barrier is going to be online. So, I mean, support ultimate versus support ultimate lethal. And Maimon changing here. The Genji and now the Junkrat has come out.
ISU are having a little fun. It's still just as potent. Make no mistakes, friends. BSC are certainly respecting as they drop the amplification matrix early here to make sure they can reclaim this space and try to stabilize on the back of this point. Only jumping back 2% away from an overclock as Ariel steps up to the plate. Sune rush news, and Admiral goes down. The overclock is too good. I think lucky they didn't Ajax that one. And they can't find anything else with it, though, and the Blizzard is a bit off the mark. Everybody from ISU able to disengage. BSC still +1 in this fight, but ISU are here and they're here to play. Mamon's going to dash through one. Critic Fox gets 3. Sound Barrier has to come out, and still Jimical is going to fall. Oh, man, or in response, Jimical falls, should I say. A lot of damage being done by Slater, but can't quite find the final blow. Skyle manages to escape with about 30 health, and ISU are continuing to press forward.
Yeah, but I mean, this is where we're going to see the difference in those tiers that I was talking about, the gap. I mean, this is exactly what Bobcats did, and it took a really concerted effort for Illinois State to be able to lock it down and turn it in their favor. A tire is going to be upcoming here from Lethal, and the Blade already ready to go.
Jimical could shut down Mamon. A difficult task for anyone. Can't help but feel that the May is one of your best options to keep that Genji at bay. Here comes the Katana. Ice block is out. And Mamona has to find Miro. Does. Gets the reset. Dashes right back in. Cutting through the immortality field. All the while, Bobcats are just going oh so low in health. Amplification matrix up is enough to burn through Ariel. And the double healing from Proto is able to top off Jimical and Slater. Great turnaround here from Proto. Tire in from Lethal, and Slater is down. Just squishy targets left, but that tire, kind of got stuck. Bit of a flat there. Blizzard out here from BSC, as well as a Katsune rush from the other side. Oh, Sky was just dancing on the edge of that Blizzard. Just tossing it so many could. I'm manually the only one left here in the map. ISU clean this up with plenty of time to spare. They're going to go up 2-0 in the series.
I mean, that's just workmanlike. Once again, talked about this from this Illinois State squad here. As much as we've seen them this season, they have been very workmanlike. They've taken this very professionally. They have something to prove. And they might even have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, Jeff, because of how low they are in the collegiate standings, according to the community and, by the professionals in the community. So they're out here trying to make their case for top 3, top 4. And they're doing a damn good job of it.
A fantastic showing here. I mean, knowing their limits as well, I'm always so impressed with the limit testing from ISU. Having a bit of fun. Putting up a heck of a show. And getting some wins along the way. Redbirds up 2-0. Looking to see if they can close it out. And when we return, we're headed to Flashpoint for map number 3. We'll see you there when NECC returns. Well, week 5 continues here as we get in with our first match. ISU up 2-0 over BSC. BSC trying to make some adjustments coming into week 5 after a little bit of struggle to start season 9. I'd say the adjustments had some success on Lijiang Tower, not so much there on Circuit Royale, Billy.
I mean, yeah, it was an interesting experiment. But in the end, it is what it is. I mean, this is going to just be pretty fast 3-0, to be quite honest. We'll see how, if BSC can really get anything done. It's
spicy.
It's not spicy. It's not a certified spicy chef take tonight. It's just facts. It's just facts. It's just the moment. It is what it is.
And it does feel, you kind of have to break some things down before you can rebuild. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing from BSC today. Like, we're witnessing this in person of them kind of figuring out what pieces to move around and where to go from here. And they definitely have a lot of rock-solid pieces on this squad. It's just a matter, I think, of rearranging them here for a new age, a new patch, a new fit. Well, I mean, I think Slater is a big part of that. Obviously, Slater, very talented, as we just saw the Sigma. The Sigma looked pretty darn good, but the Sojourn is that's something you can build upon.
Yeah, I think that, a lot of teams will build around a really prominent DPS player for their squad. The tank role, though, is so important right now in Overwatch 2, and it's the most battered role in Overwatch 2 right now. So there's a very fine line between, sticking with what you're comfortable with and kind of having to, walk into these situations, being able to make a fast read, and then being able to adapt in the moment. I think that's something that we've seen a little bit of struggle that we saw from Cyber. Jimical probably has the same issue right now, probably not the vastest of pools to choose from. That's why you bring in Slater. Did a workmanlike job. I mean, they take a point off of Redbird. So, I mean, that's a little bit of a feather in the cap for a DPS player that comes in and plays the tank role. But you know what? Let's get this over and done with. Let's take a look at where we're going for our flashpoint. And we are headed to our favorite one. That's going to be Suravasa.
I mean, we have a whole lot to choose from.
Yeah.
Survasa's got a little bit more range to work with. This kind of fits in with the BSC strategy, a little bit more poke-centric. New Junk City tends to be a little bit more claustrophobic. So that's just the general differences between the two. Oh, we also have, speaking of differences, we're going to get a bit of a role swap once again. We will have Jimical returning into the tank role here for BSC. And Slater, the Sojourn Superstar, headed back into that DPS role.
I mean, expected. Yeah. This is going to be a better look for them. Hope Cyber is doing well, by the way. I still am very high on those Cyber stonks. I don't care.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up, because I honestly think that we're going to see Cyber just play for 20 hours a day for the next week and make a triumphant return here to lead the Bobcats into 2024 and beyond. I have zero doubts.
Yeah. I mean, Gamer's too good at the game. We all hit it. We all hit that wall at some point in our competitive careers. I know I did when I was competing back in the day. I ran into it. There was just, you hit a rough patch and you just can't seem to get anything going. And sometimes being benched is the best thing to do. This is where, you see the real world mirroring our esports world, where, sometimes getting benched or, even taking yourself out of the game to get your moxie back. Sometimes that's what's needed.
Go coming out on the Roadhog pick here. Full dive out of ISU, as aggressive a dive as you can possibly muster. Just to pick apart BSC one by one. Ariel will be the point of engagement alongside Maman in here. Ariel completely thwarted on their first roll through. Couldn't even get up to the fireball. Here comes the rest of the team. Skyle's able to get a long distance kill. And Slater on the Soldier, the one hope for an opening pick, not available in this fight. As ISU duck and dodge, poke in and out of the objective, and slowly pull apart BSC like a cheese.
Oh no! I mean, the pincer right now, yeah. Ariel and Maimon there, just locking manually down. Good survivability. Good instincts there from manually. But still, look at this, though. Lethal is on Sombra. Something we've seen him play a few times throughout the years. And almost has the EMP online already. But hey, the DPS duo from BSC turning this around.
Step it up when the Bobcats need it. And it's a good opening pair. Here comes Ariel to try to find a little revenge. With a little swift step out. BSC grabbed the point. Ariel off on a bit of a... Well, I don't know what kind of adventure they were going on, but there they go. There goes my Ariel. Watch him as he goes.
It's the wonderful adventures of Hammond. Oh my god, that's huge.
EMP found 3. Proto is next to nothing. Jimmicle is evaporated, and there's a pile of dust where BSC used to be standing. Come on, in a bit of a 1v2 here on the outside versus both DPS. Lethal shows up for a little backup.
So this should be them taking the market here. I mean, they've got 3 ultimates online. The mines, obviously, can be used to cordon off the point, or just stop them from even being able to touch the point by Slater.
Slater didn't even get an opportunity to dodge the mine. Just got destroyed off of the bounce up, off of the kick up from the pile driver. I think Lethal is working on a flooded deadlift here, if I had to guess, just judging by eye test. I'm pretty sure Lethal has the vast majority of the final blows. And he's going to get 1, but ISU get the first point.
Good thing here for BSC, though, is that they've got the overclock ready to go. They're going to have the sound barrier as well into this fight. Big switch here, though. Proto on the Moira. I love the Proto Moira. We've seen it a couple of times. Actually has really damn good skills with this Moira. Has a good blend of damage and heals. Always seems to have the yellow orb ready to go. They don't throw the purple orb as much. I really do respect this one, even though I say that. There goes a red orb flying out there, looking for some early damage to try and build up the coalescence.
Moira really is all about that delicate balance. Whoa, that was a hell of a boof. Slater doing good, did not fall in the drink. BSC really wanting first control, betting on first control for this strategy, using a whole hog to force the Redbirds off of the objective, and that will allow the percentage to start building in the Bobcats' favor. But they're going to have to win this fight out without Proto. The sound barrier has already been used, and now there's a Kitsune rush in the mix here from ISU. The Redbird moves on to the point. Skyle's able to find Slater, and look at Miro as the last one standing.
And that's going to be done and dusted. 3 ults into the fight. It gets it done. It was an extended fight, so, I mean, we'll see how it goes. Proto bird the fade early, so easy pickings there for Skyle and company. Another set of mines ready to go for Ariel here is going to be able to lock down the point. It's going to be very difficult for them to get on the line. That's a massive EMP once again.
And Jimmicle still not recovered. Neither is Manually or Miro. Lethal is letting you just hunt down BSC. BSC are just kind of their backs up against their spawn. Woo! That was a good kill. Jimmicle still can't get out of there, though.
Lethal's just playing right now. Lethal's just playing. That is mean.
Oh. It's the perfect prediction on the virus to get the long distance shot. The no coming from Slater in chat. No, Slater knows. I respect the ego duel from Slater, all right? As the Widowmaker trying to hit that shot against Lethal Sombra, all right? That is, I respect it. I respect it. The Mob Top finds Miro on this one. We do have a Coalescence here in the mix. Zuzu used to help Ariel survive a little bit longer. Not long enough. One of those damage orbs actually finds the Wrecking Ball. Manually finds a kill as well. The question is, does BSC get control of the back of it? No! That's because ISU already capped.
Yeah, I mean, in the mid fight there, second flashpoint has been taken here, guarded and going over the way of the Redbirds, and now Peppy heads. Yeah, I agree. Lethal. The Turkish DPS players having a lot of fun right now on this Sombra and making life hell for.
Can I see them on for just a moment here? Look at the bottom of your screen. Oh, they got him. Okay, they got him. Oh, I don't know what my mom was doing down there. Sorry, I got distracted. That's my fault. My fault.
Oh, who did
ISU equalize. Yeah.
Yes.
Now both teams are going to be missing a DPS. 4v3 in BSC's favor. This is just the oddest pinball machine I have ever seen. Admiral wins out the Lucio duel, and ISU have control of the objective.
We got a honorable Sombra duel going on right now. Slater says anything you can do, I can do better, and is trying to work their magic with the hacker.
I'm not sure how much of this match is honorable, but yeah, sure, we'll call it that. Lethal hunts down manually. Ariel didn't even need to get in the mix. I saw you did things, Ariel. Ariel's doing things. Rona's on the point, making a sandwich, hoping to flip this thing back. Unfortunately, Admiral comes back for the kill. EMP, just for fun.
They're having fun. They're just having fun.
Yeah, this is legit. We're in the final 10 seconds of this match. Everybody knows it. And ISU are just using all of their. Yeah, that was an AJ on the rampage just to rub a little salt in the wound. GG's all around. BSC is a bit of a rebuilding week for you, this one, I'm afraid. ISU move up to 5-1. BSC will drop to 2-4.
I mean, the good thing here, though, for BSC, I mean, you get a couple of fights where they look just perfectly in harmony, and then the doubt creeps back in. We saw that happen a couple of times, but I mean, for Slater to take down Team Great Britain's DPS player 3 times in a row, that's a feather in the cap. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you lost the match. That's something that you can hang your hat on.
That was such a strong start, Billy.
Yeah.
And it really did look good on Gardens. I mean, Gardens was very back and forth, really decisive engagements from the Bobcats where they were able to hunt down opening picks really quickly. They weren't sitting around, like, trying to figure out what to do. They went in. They knew what Mamon was trying to do. They knew the off angle, like, especially Slater, was finding Mamon on those off angles. But even the complete rotations from BSC looked very decisive. And then I think you hit the nail on the head, though, with the doubt. As the match went on, the confidence waned, as did the Bobcats' performance.
I still saw some flashes of brilliance, though. I mean, I have to admit. I mean, this was probably always gonna be a Redbirds win, but I mean, they still, tenacity. I mean, going up against this caliber of talent ain't easy. And they really did put on, I mean, they had their moments. Like, there are some certified moments that, you put in the back of your head or put into your resume and say, you know what, I took down Mamon 3 times in a row. I take down Lethal, that's playing the Sombra, with a clean charge rail shot. I mean, this is stuff that you can't make up. I mean, manually gave Mamon a run for their money on the Tracer once again. So, I mean, you've got the pieces. Now you got to bring the belief, and you got to get this tank situation figured out. Once I get the tank situation figured out, I think we have better progress here for BSE.
You belong in this top 10, BSE. Get your act together. We want to see you true to form ASAP. We look forward to it. We also look forward to more matches coming up. Me and Billy are going to hand the baton over to Sam and Ray as we have 2 more fantastic collegiate Overwatch matches. It's going to be UCI taking on Mizzou when NECC Week 5 returns.
I Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Week 5 of NECC Overwatch 2. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me, none other than my amazing co-caster, 2Tryhard Ray. And Ray, we have a couple of games coming up that I think are going to be really exciting to close out this evening. But starting off first, we have UCI going up against Mizzou. Two, I would say, really big powerhouse teams. But it's Mizzou who's kind of struggling to find anything during these weeks that we've been going on.
Yeah, both teams have had a different tail to their season. Mizzou struggling to find that first win of the season. While UCI, they've been kind of doing pretty well, 3-2. Obviously, they're not dominating, but they're not getting dominated either. They've been able to come out with a positive map differential, so they're doing pretty good so far, so good. And keep in mind for Mizzou, the fact that they're 0-5, do not count them out. There is a reason all of these teams are in the Legends division. They are full and brimming with talent in the Overwatch collegiate scene.
Exactly. And in fact, when we take a look at these lineups that are about to come up, I mean, you probably should be able to recognize some of these names, right? And let's go ahead and start off with UCI, Overwatch 2. We have Psy, Xcal, Romani, Otters, and Supreme. Like I said, Ray, these are highly recognizable names, in my opinion. We've seen these all over the place in the Tier 2 scene.
Yeah, they constantly play together collegiate, seen them in some of them in contenders, seen them, a lot of them. I think this team plays together in Overwatch, not Overwatch League, Console Gaming League too. So they just have a lot of synergy together. They've been playing together for a long time. So there's a big reason why they're 3-2 on the season. So continue to look at that as we enter the series. But with that, we'll go ahead and pull up the roster for Mizzou Esports.
Exactly. And over here we have Gambit, Backstabbed, Clairvoyant, Tommy Salami, and Anarchy. So we have teams, really strong, powerful teams with highly recognizable names. It's just that UCI has had a bit of a better season. Mizzou has been languishing a tad bit, but like you said earlier, and something I want to bring up again, echoing it, is that these are Legends Division teams, right? These are some of the best, not only just in collegiate, but sometimes in the whole game of Overwatch. So Mizzou may be struggling, but just because they are doesn't mean that they aren't going to be a powerhouse tonight.
Couldn't agree with you more. So that's where UCI is going to have to be on their game and never underestimate anyone in this division. But heading into this series, we have to start somewhere, and that is going to be on Control. And our first map, we're going to take a little bit of vacation, and we're going to Samoa.
Samoa is such an interesting choice. This is obviously being the map choice of UCI, them being the higher seed right now. They get to, I guess they just want to test out the waters of the brand new map of Overwatch 2. It's been out for a little while. I'm sure we've gotten a lot of ideas of how this map is played, but still a bold choice to me, Ray.
Yeah, I think this map, it's going to just depend on these sub-maps, of course, when it comes to Control. But I think in a general sense, it tends to lend itself better toward poke compositions and brawl compositions. If you do get to like the map that kind of looks like City Center from Busan with the big tower in the middle, that one you can see dive, like Doomfist dive. But the other two maps, the beach and the volcano, those ones tend to be a little bit more heavy on the brawl side. But even on volcano, sometimes I see teams run dives. So this is going to be a good map for these two teams to stamp their identity.
Yeah, exactly. And with the ever-changing flux nature of how Overwatch has been, especially going into Season 9, well, sometimes that identity is taking a little while to be able to find out what it is. But now that we're a few weeks into it now, actually, should be able to get somewhere along those lines of what you feel most comfortable with and how you are going to take on your opponent. But week number 5, UCI Overwatch 2 versus Mizzou Esports. All going to start off here. Map number 1 of Samoa. Already getting an idea of how things are looking between our two teams.
As we got a nice little picture of Lenny the Crab. I'm going to just call him Lenny. He looks like a Lenny to me. Just enjoying his good old time on that boat. As we can see, we're starting on the beach map. So for these teams, it's no surprise on the side of Mizzou, they are going to come out on this Doomfist dive style composition in this meta, in this patch. We've seen this Doomfist come out very strong in the dive with the Tracer Echo. For UCI, they're going to do this. Oh, we have a disconnect, but they were going with the Junker Queen's variants of the composition. To me, going up against the Doomfist dive, Junker Queen has to find a way into these fights and look to find these pickoffs. It's just like you're facing down a Doomfist, a Kiriko, a Lucio, a Tracer, and an Echo. Who is the Junker Queen trying to go after?
That's, to me, going to be the biggest question. Here's the thing, right? When you do run those Junker Queen style, you gotta pick, like you said, you gotta pick the target, you gotta go on them, you gotta get them quick. I would say you probably want to try and go after Tommy Salami and Anarchy are going to be obviously your 2 prime targets, but they're going to be so difficult to reach, and so you're also going to be thinking of Gambit and Backstabbed in your backline. It's also kind of what Psy and Xcal are doing. So yeah, I'd say you just run it down and go after one of the supports. Ideally, probably Anarchy, get rid of the Lucio, you get rid of the mobility for the team, but you're still in this sort of dive style composition, Ray. Interesting choices across the board. And I'm excited
I would
to see
say
what UCI does.
And, another great option would be that Kiriko, as you talked about, especially if you go after the Kiriko and force her cooldowns out, get that Suzu out, get that TP out. Then she's kind of a sitting duck at that point, and then you can focus her down. So I think those are your 2 best choices, because the Tracer, Echo, Doom, they're just too mobile. You're not going to be able to find easy pickoffs on them as a Junker Queen.
Yeah, and I think it's still a good thing, though, that we're seeing from Mizzou Tommy Salami on that Kiriko, which is really important when you're just talking about the Junker Queen in general, right? We've seen a lot of this Junker Queen style composition. When a team doesn't have that Kiriko, that ultimate has a lot more damage being dealt, right? You're not able to cleanse it with the Suzu, and so that damage is just continuously wearing you down, and you're not going to be able to get any healing to survive your way through it. And so that's where Junker Queen really highlights herself as the linchpin of this setup and of this composition. So I am happy to see that we do have Kiriko, and I mean, this is kind of what we've been expecting, what we've been seeing a lot of out of Overwatch lately. It's just which tank is going to be able to reign supreme on the map, right? Junker Queen, or is it going to be the Doomfist?
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is going to come down to these Echo players for both of the teams, because when you're going against these compositions that have so much mobility and so much potential to just get away and get out of fights, that focusing beam is going to be that much more important for securing those kills quickly before that mobility kicks in and lets them get out. So the play from these Echoes on both of these teams are going to be what we need to look at with a microscope kind of view.
Yeah, exactly. Get in close, and then we'll really start getting the whole details of everything. It's always interesting when you think about it as well, with what the Echoes are going to have to be capable of and how they're going to be able to execute on their targets, and which style is going to work for them better, whether it's the Junker Queen getting in their face or whether it's the more dive style composition of Doomfist wrecking up through your backline along with everyone else. But it seems like we do have our support player back now. They still got to get to the rest of the team, but it is Supreme on the Kiriko, so it shouldn't take too long. But Mizzou do have the slight edge, just a bit.
Yeah, with just a click of a button, that teleporter will get them in. As we see both the teams jostling for positioning on this bridge.
Yeah, it's going to be UCI very dogged about holding on to that bridge position. Again, don't quite have the maneuverability of Doomfist, but Clairvoyant is under a world of hurt. Oh, you just run them down, and Otters is eating good with a double kill, pushing Mizzou back. UCI, first goal of the point.
Yeah, and that was them just running it down, and instead of going out to the supports, they said, let's just lay all our damage on the Doomfist, force them out of here, and then Tommy Salami was forced to go and try and heal him, and then you're able to capitalize on 2 quick kills there, as that is just very well played by Psy on and CYY on the Echo. Just getting all that damage up front. Psy and Xcal are on the same page and focusing these targets down very well.
In the air, Mizzou needs to find the recipe for success. UCI continuously ticking up on the percentage right now. 30%. Psy almost brought to heal, but the Romani shot is going to give them the extra purchase on life that they were so desperately seeking. Same may not be able to be said for Clairvoyant. Tank is gone. Romani is running it down. And that's exactly what you want to see from Junker Queen. Backstab. It's going to get one in the throes of death, but it does not really matter because everyone else is dead. They're hunting down the Tracer, Ray. You never see this happening.
Yeah, you don't, but, when a finds, then now the Rampage is going to come in.
That was a good punch from Clairvoyant to stop the Junker Queen Romani Rampage, instead tanking all of the damage themselves. But no Tommy Salami to bail them out with a protection Suzu. nothing that could stop them from the inevitable death that awaited at their feet. Mizzou haven't even been able to look at the point in quite some time.
Yeah, one final fight for them to try and make something happen. Ultimates mounting on both sides. XCal has the pulse bomb in their pocket to be able to use here, but versus the duplicate of the Junker Queen.
Oh, and Backstab is getting hammered so massively. Tommy Salami's Kitsune Rush is going to be met by Supreme's own one. Sai ripped out of the duplicate. Now we're going to see another one, this time from Sai, as they have the Doomfist already brought into the Meteor Strike, doing it just a little bit better than Clairvoyant themselves. UCI Overwatch 2 feeling like this is going to be done and dusted from them. And when able to touch 100% here for submap number 1.
Yeah, to me, this synergy and everyone just being on the same page for UCI is just on full display. Their Junker Queen, their Tracer, and their Echo are completely in sync. When that Carnage goes off and you get the bleed going, you see the follow-up with the Tracer peppering with her pistols, and then the sticky bombs coming in, and then in comes that focusing beam. They are just firing on all cylinders right out of the gates.
Yeah, and you saw right there, Clairvoyant really trying their best just to get rid of Romani, but it's so difficult on this Junker Queen to get that kind of focus fire on her. She just walked forward and was like, okay, whatever. And I mean, at that point, Clairvoyant had already taken so much damage, but now a new look from Mizzou, switching over to a Ramatra style with Moira, Backstab, trying to decide what they want, but we also have Ashe and Genji.
Which to me is going to be interesting. I mean, it's interesting that Gambit's already down all that damage up front. Jesus.
What? Oh my gosh, Clairvoyant. A literal blink and you'll miss it moment. Mizzou walked on close to point and we're just gone.
Absolutely insane. And that just goes to show. Just look at the sync of the ult charge from all these teams. XCal clearly got in there, did so much damage, while the rest of the team was able to just follow up so quickly. And I think a lot of people underestimate the power of the Lucio Cheerios. I see so many times where Lucios can find these kills when teams just are not expecting it.
XCal is getting away with free farm right now, it feels like, at this point. And doing so much damage, applying that DPS debuff, the minus 20% healing. They're just getting away with it. Tommy Salami, 16 HP. Where's going inside the Wraith form is going to be topped up back to full health, but so much needing to be expended to actually make that happen. And XCal now sitting on top of their pulse bomb. Nothing to stop them either. They can get away with actual murder, but may not even need to. Honors is a Lucio, by the way, a support, so to speak. Definitely not feeling like it. Feeling like another DPS player for UCI Overwatch 2.
And they're continuing to win these fights, Sam, with zero ultimate contribution into these fights whatsoever. So they're just winning it off the composition they're playing and the teamwork that they're able to play with. I think the big problem is they're just not checking XCal. We saw in the previous map, they hunted down Gambit when they were on the Tracer. They're not doing that with XCal.
Pulse bomb didn't quite sit to the target that they were looking for, but one ultimate, what is that to the 5 ultimates from UCI Overwatch? Feeling like they're popping every single one of them. We got the duplicate, Rampage, Kitsune Rush, Mizzou. Again, they only get to peek at the point, Ray, before being sent packing.
Yeah, one more shot to be able to try and make something happen. Backstab still has not built up to this blade, and even if you do, Otters is ready with this sound barrier. The Genji has just not found the value it's needed to.
Wow, and they're just going to completely ignore Bob from Gambit. Try and get into their face as much as possible, but that could potentially be the costly error that will give Mizzou a point. I say this though, but Romani and XCal are still alive. This Junker Queen is still going. We're brought into overtime, but Romani is eating them all alive, destroying all in their wake. The Junker Queen is still the monarch of this submap. They are still putting in the time. They are still putting in the effort. And even with the upper hand that Mizzou was able to give themselves, it all is for naught. UCI Overwatch 2, inside of overtime. 100% yet again, a literal perfect first map from them, Ray.
Yeah, that was the big issue. Whenever UCI committed their ultimate, Sam, they just wiped the floor. When we saw ultimate commit come out from the side of Mizzou, UCI was able to come out in those fights with trades. And that's why they weren't able to aggressively retake that point. that Mizzou was, because there were still players alive on the side of UCI, and then you were in a position where the players could get back that much faster, and you didn't have your full team either because they traded with you.
UCI Overwatch, too. This team is disgusting. Right? I don't think there's anything else other than to put it like that. And I mean, you got to remember too, this team is 3-2 in this season, so kind of middle of the pack. When you really think about what's been happening in the grand scheme of things, I just felt like they were picking apart Mizzou piece by piece and never missing a beat while doing it. Big props to Romani. Big props to XCal as well. The only just felt like you needed the two of them to do a whole team's worth of work to stop Mizzou from even flipping the point to get a single percent. They completely stopped that in its tracks and bought enough time for the rest of UCI to regroup with each other. And at that point, enough damage had been done that there was literally no hope for Mizzou at all.
Yeah, I will say, talking about how you're like, they're 3-2, they've been kind of middling in the pack, but look at them dominating. I think if we just think about collegiate Overwatch in the grand scheme of things, we know who the top 5 teams are. We know it's Maryville. It was Winthrop. We'll see, what happens with all that. And then it was Northwood, ISU, and what's the last team? Passing me right now. I can't think right now. But in that next tier after those 5, UCI is right there. So if you look at how the divisions are set up, 2 of those top 4 or 5 teams are in each division. Northwood and ISU are in one division. Oh, Fisher's the other one I was thinking of. And then Fisher and Winthrop are in the other one. So that probably is the 2 losses that UCI have, is to those 2 teams. But they're beating everyone else in their group like they're expected to. Literally, I'd probably say UCI is that 6th team as they're looking to try and break into that top 5. So as this season progresses, that's going to be one thing to look out, is when they start going up against those teams, is for them to get some wins and show up against those top teams.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, though, especially with the teams that you just listed off. After what we saw, though, Ray, I mean, this team, UCI, is looking strong. They're looking confident. They're looking in charge of their own destinies. And, I mean, here for Mizzou, they put up the best fight that they possibly could. But at the end of the day, there just didn't feel like that same level of coordination we were getting out of UCI. And it was purely just based on the Junker Queen composition. This composition is so powerful, and we've seen it all across, it feels like, the different avenues of Overwatch, at least with what we're getting out of it right now, that, yeah, this is a really tough style to beat. And I mean, it feels like, for what UCI are playing it to near perfection, at least what we're getting here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I do think I've seen the Doomfist composition. Like, Maryville loves to play that composition with Dante on the Doom. They play it so well, and you see it at its potential, and it can go head to head with that Junker Queen composition. So I don't think this is like the Junker Queen is so much better than the Doomfist kind of thing here. I just think UCI is just a tier above Mizzou, and their Junker Queen composition is absolutely dominating right now.
Well, we'll see if maybe the next map can shake things up here. This time it is going in the choice of Mizzou. So now it is Watch Point Gibraltar. So some potential dive style that may benefit this Doomfist a little bit more than what we got out of Samoa. And we're also going to have some substitutions, though, from UCI, Ray. We are getting rid of our tanks. We are no longer going to have the amazing Romani. Instead, Light is now going to come in. Again, very familiar name.
Yeah, I mean, very, very talented player. I mean, to me, as we're coming into Watch Point Gibraltar, that tells me you're either going to see a Sigma-style poke. I still think that is very unlikely. Gibraltar is known as the dive map, so you're either going to see Winston or Diva or Doomfist, some variant of the dive. So bringing in Light tells me, probably the better player for those types of heroes, like the Diva, like the Winston.
That's what I'm leaning towards as well, and a wise choice from UCI to make that substitution. They know what map they're going on to. They are playing to their strengths. Romani did an admirable job. Ray, as the doors have unlocked, yeah, that's basically what we're getting here. Now UCI is going to take a similar look, what we saw from Mizzou on Samoa, Clairvoyant seeing what Winton Overwatch can do.
Yeah, very excited to see. But I'm going to talk about the defense a little bit. Light coming in to play this Doomfist. No surprises here. It was going to be some variation of dive. But one thing I'm interested to see is Supreme on this Ana. So Ana's kind of been, in this meta, kind of got nerfs coming into this patch. So yeah, we haven't seen as much Ana as we normally would have liked to see. But in these dive composition, it works really well. It relies a lot on hitting some big nades.
The doors have unlocked. UCI a little bit closer. Clairvoyant is going to get in the face of Light, forcing them off Light. Oh, Ray Clairvoyant standing toe-to-toe with the Doomfist themselves. Definitely very happy after that engagement. Now without their tank, UCI languished a little bit, swarmed all over by this dive style from Mizzou. More importantly, gaining very valuable meterage out of this on the cards.
Yeah, and that's going to be key. I don't even think Light was ready for the entire team to be up there ready to snipe him and completely wipe him off the server. But, now that you're in this position on this defensive, you're going to have to maintain control of this high ground. UCI is trying to do that, but Mizzou's not going to let them take it so easily.
Yeah, and we're looking at some of the difficulties that are happening here right now. Light's basically the only one on. All right, XCal. You've gotten revenge for your team. You've avenged Light's name, and you've gotten rid of Clairvoyant. The card didn't even really get that far. It's just barely entering into the underpass.
Yeah, that's the big issue. Because maintaining high ground control is that important, you need to put majority of your team up there. So you really only have one person pushing the cart. So that's not going to net you a lot of cart distance gain. So that's going to be the one issue you're facing if you're Mizzou Esports.
And now we're seeing them being swarmed all over the place. Clairvoyant getting to safety, but safety is a very temporary affair. All of the team gone. Now, at this point, Gambit, the last remnant of whatever pieces are remaining, the recall, only going to literally buy them just a little smidge of time before the eventual stagger comes in. And now Mizzou, with whatever progress they had, Ray, feels like it's just gone as Clairvoyant's gone again.
Yeah, as after losing the life very early on in this map, Light has regained confidence, is absolutely dominating on this Doomfist, just controlling these high grounds and not allowing Clairvoyant to take the space so easily. It feels like every time Clairvoyant gets onto this high ground and tries to take space, Light is there to punch him out of position.
Ooh. A little bit of a stick, but the protection Suzu is going to keep them alive. Fortunately for Anarchy, only so much that they could do there. Backstab will get the kill onto XCal, but that's really, again, the only thing that Mizzou has to look forward to. Light hit with the nano boost, now empowered and hunting down the duplicated Backstab. Daring to steal their name, being punished for those transgressions. We're seeing some of the wins against the mirror matchups. Mizzou is making picks here and there, but it's nowhere near enough to go far enough to stop UCI. Clairvoyant's just gonna go toe-to-toe against Supreme. They both take each other out, and Light, under a boatload of damage, is finally going to meet their maker as well. But still, we see UCI doggedly holding on as furiously as they can.
Yeah, they have to find these picks faster because the close spawns for UCI are just so powerful. Like, look, everyone's basically back now.
1.76%. Light back in the game as well. Clairvoyant switching over to the Wrecking Ball. Get there as quick as possible. XCal needs to be handled. They are. Ultimates have been expended from UCI, but Mizzou is getting this cart where it needs to go. Finally, at the first checkpoint, and maybe a light here in this tunnel.
Yeah, that finally. Getting Clairvoyant to come back on this Wrecking Ball to get the speed and the players back in order to confirm these kills, because you were just trading time and time again. UCI was just able to take full advantage of that, but you finally got the kills rolling and you're able to make it happen. Clairvoyant now going to swap over to the Diva now that they have some time to make something happen. We see XCal going over to the Ashe now, which is going to be troublesome if Clairvoyant is putting pressure on them constantly. But Mizzou has so many ults in this next fight, they have a chance to get a lot of distance here.
Exactly. They're really looking towards just getting rid of Backstabbed in the air. Again, we're back on Doomfist. They're not going to have as much of a purchase on life without otters. The nano boost is going to do it once more, but this is where we're going to see Backstab getting into the backline as quick as they can. Protection Suzu is keeping them up, keeping them going, but Backstab's so desperate to get rid of these people on the high ground, but they're just not able to quite do it. Now we're going to have Clairvoyant try to meet them up there and get rid of the rest of the damage, but at that point it had already been healed through. Mizzou is going to see Clairvoyant boosted with the nano. Tommy Salami is not going to be able to benefit their tank too much more after that. Perfect execution, perfect ring around the Rosie. Clairvoyant ripped out of their mech and now thrown back into the spawn room.
Yeah, but that was a lot of distance gained for Mizzou, but they did commit so much to that fight. But it was just well played. UCI played it patiently, waited until they had their advantages. And even when that nano came out on a Clairvoyant, they had saved their cooldowns to get away from that nano diva, and they were able to focus them up and get them down quickly. Coming into this next fight, we're getting 2 more pushes out of Mizzou. Really, the only ult they have to come into this next fight is going to be this Kitsune Rush. They're going to have to be extremely careful of Sai, who's been putting their name on this series, has the pulse bomb.
Oh my gosh. Anarchy and Tommy Salami. 2 supports for 1 sometimes it feels like. And now Light toying with their prey. Just doesn't even care. Does not care about Clairvoyant. They're more interested in Backstab. They go to the ground, and what are they going to meet? Sai. And the only safety that Gambit is going to find is just trying to retreat as quickly as they can back and spawn.
Yeah, but Mizzou is going to be able to have the ult economy to match UCI in this next fight. This is their last opportunity to try and cap point number 2. As Sai's trying to take this Tracer duel. If you're Mizzou, you got to get aggressive and use these ults right here, right now.
Light was hit with the anti-nade, and what are they going to do? Get hit with a nano boost, bring themselves up into the air with a meteor strike, and just lock them down in this corridor. No one is going to escape their sight lines. Backstab needs to pick up the med pack, try to get this meteor strike built up for the duplication on the Doomfist, but not enough time is given to them. They're being ran through by Supreme and Otters, who are working so succinctly together, and no one able to touch the payload. Heartbreaking, shattering.
Yeah, to me in that final fight, Sam, that was just UCI getting aggressive with their ults. Immediately into that fight, they put the nano onto Light, allows him to find the punch kill onto Tommy Salami, and then he had no problem pressing his ult using the meteor strike to find another kill, while we just see Mizzou, who was just holding on to the ultimates, hoping to use them later after drawing out the ultimates of UCI, but UCI found the value out of them and were able to stop them before capping point number 2.
And again, we're seeing very little switches from UCI in the composition that they're playing. Only thing that switched out of that entire round was Excal from Sojourn to Ashe. Mizzou, though, made, I would say, it's kind of the same thing. Clairvoyant just went over from Winston to Diva. But it's the changeover from UCI gave them so much dominance in the air that Backstab wasn't able to get away with as much. They were all trying to play together. That Light was just in their face at all odds and all angles. And then you throw in these insane anti-nades from Supreme. It took away a lot of the autonomy of Mizzou, that there just wasn't much that they could do here. But now we're seeing UCI on their attack. They have the line drawn in the sand where they need to go.
Yeah, they are going to keep the Diva, which I like. You talk about how powerful those anti-nades for Supreme were. I feel like now you got to look at Clairvoyant to use that defense matrix and try and limit the value you get out of those nades.
So close. Sai, saved by the defense matrix from their tank. Clairvoyant looking to do somewhat of the similar getting into the face of the opposition that Light has been doing to them. So much more difficult. The contestation of this high ground is so vicious, but UCI is going to give it up and just start pushing the payload and leave Light to their own devices. And it seems like it's working out well for them until the anti-nade comes in. But right back up they go.
As the empowered punch is available to Light, wasn't sure if he was going to take that engage and try and find a pick, but I think it was a smart decision. He wasn't going to be able to find the kill, force out the nade. This might be their opportunity. Tommy Salami has no cooldowns to work with right now.
And meanwhile, while this whole entire affair has been happening on the high ground, the payload is basically through the underpass. Finally, Backstabbed is going to get rid of Xcal. And for Mizzou, they're in the numbers advantage, in control of the payload as well. UCI needs to try and go up there to meet them. Even bigger boon, Light's gone, Artist to join them.
Yeah, and that's already a minute and a half of the time bake wasted. With where the car is right now, you're going to have to look at winning at least 2 fights if you're UCI to get this across the board. But just look at the positioning that Mizzou is playing. It is making, especially on a Doomfist composition, taking this high ground away that much harder. We saw how hard it was on Winston. It's even more difficult on Doomfist.
Yeah, Light needing to Meteor Strike, waiting for the right moment, right on top of Tommy Salami and Anarchy. Very close to death. Xcal is going to finish the job for them. Backstabbed, seeing what they can get done on the Doomfist duplication once more. Seeing how close the payload is, they needed to get there to stop it. 3.24 meters, and that would have spelled disaster for Mizzou had that happened. Thankfully, though, Backstab stops it. A clean stick comes in, but Light is doing what they do best, and that is ending everyone in their sight. Clairvoyant not even able to get back into the mech from their self-destruct. Payload makes it to checkpoint A.
And now 4 minutes for UCI to try and make this a 2-0 series. Sai going to have that pulse bomb once again. And we've seen on this map of Gibraltar, Sai does not miss very often on this pulse bomb. Mizzou, however, Backstabbed is going to go over to the Sombra, which I think is an interesting swap here. Being able to have this hack available to hack Light and make his job that much more difficult.
We'll see if it's actually going to be the difference maker that Mizzou needs. But it's these adaptations, it's these different looks that we like seeing, and yes, they are gonna go on top of the Backstabbed. Oh my goodness! They were melted immediately. Hey, gone, and then Sai finishing them off with a melee. There was nothing that they could have done there, and now we're gonna have Clairvoyant given the nano boost. Light up in the air once more with the Meteor Strike, making this nano boost kind of null and void. Clairvoyant has been demeched once more. Taken out by Otters. Now the finish line in sight for UCI.
That it is, and with the kill on the Backstab, that is going to be it. UCI takes the 2-0 lead in the series with a dominating effort on Watchpoint Gibraltar. But Sam, the one thing I want to talk about here is, we watched a lot of top-tier Overwatch, whether it's collegiate, whether it's Overwatch League. When Backstabbed came from like that aerial attack and went after Light on the Doomfist, I don't think I've ever seen a team focus up and kill a Sombra that quickly. That was ridiculous.
And it's Sombra, right? Small hero, tiny
Exactly,
hitbox.
a Sombra.
And the coordination from this team is next level to be able to identify where Sombra was and then descend upon her like the birds of prey this team is. They sent her packing in what felt like record time. And I think this just goes to show you what UCI is as a team, how they play together, the level of trust and the level of, adaptability that they have on top of that. But you got to think about how much faith they have in Light, who is basically 1v5ing sometimes against Mizzou, and so many of these different scenarios, and getting away with it every single time.
Yeah, Sam, and UCI, what we're seeing from today and what we've seen on the season, I am really excited to see. We are 2 weeks away from playoffs. This is one team I'm going to be looking at heading into playoffs. Can they look to upset one of the big four? I think they have a good chance at it as long as they continue to play at this level and only get better from here. But with that, we are going to send it to a quick break, give Mizzou a chance to try and come back and start the reverse sweep. But with that, we'll be right back.
UCI so far is giving us a masterclass performance on Overwatch 2, leading the series 2-0. Map number 1 being literal perfection, right? It was 100-0 on the control map of Samoa. Watchpoint Gibraltar, we did see some signs of life from Mizzou, but not enough to stop the tidal wave that is UCI Ray. And now we look towards what could be the final map. This is series point for UCI, and it's all going to go down on Suravasa.
Taking a little voyage over to India. Very excited. This tends to be a favorite map pick for a lot of these collegiate teams. I think for UCI specifically, they are keeping light in the game, so I think expect to see a lot of Doomfist again. I think this map is the perfect playground for Doomfist. You know, if there is any kind of high ground, it tends to be like mid-level intermediate, and there's just a lot of open areas for Doomfist to work with and get, you know, just do his job extremely well. So if you're Mizzou, I think you got to find an answer to this Doomfist that Light's been playing.
Watchpoint Gibraltar was just their map. I mean, I think we can be honest about that. Light was manipulating everything into their favor. There was very few instances that we saw them actually get picked off. Whenever that happened, UCI came back in roaring fashion. This time around, though, from Mizzou, I want to see if they can make the Junker Queen work for themselves.
As you know, I think it's very interesting. We saw how well it worked out the other way around for UCI, but we've seen the difference. And it just did not find its value, could not confirm the kills with the dashes. Will they be able to make that happen this go-around is the big question.
I'm already seeing some of the difference in damage that's being done. XCal and Sai so perfectly doing the damage that needs to be done. Gambit, both of the Tracers actually holding on by a thread until XCal found the scissors that they needed to cut off the lifeline of Gambit. Bankstab's going to try and get in their face as well, but being down by Sai, sitting carefully up in the air. Once again, it's just sheer perfection from UCI.
Sai has been putting his stamp on this entire series, Sam. Look at that, already 75% to the duplicate on the Echo. The amount of damage he is placing on this field with those sticky bombs is outrageous because it forces out this commanding shout early. Look at that. Commanding shout's already been used, Sam.
Look at this all over the place. They did recognize how far separated XCal was from the team, and so they realize that this is their best opportunity to be able to get rid of the Tracer. And this could be Mizzou's best opportunity to go up against UCI. The problem is, though, is that Light is still going to be this massive thorn in their side that can more than make up for what's been going on here. Sai is going to give us what they can do on the duplicate from the Junker Queen, meanwhile giving Light and XCal all of the room and the space that they need to work with. Quick rampage just to tie things up neatly in a bow. UCI is not giving up this point.
Yeah, that's going to be the first point taken for UCI, and it only cost them the duplicate. And not only did it only cost them the duplicate, but it's forcing Clairvoyant to now make some swaps. They were on Doomfist for a second, but now they're looking to play the Zarya, which I think is going to be an interesting interaction here. So the Zarya is going to play a lot slower, but have a lot of protection for their team with the bubbles. But I feel like if you're UCI, you just go in, force out these bubbles, and then look to kill them fast.
Light always has a get out of jail free card. This meteor strike going to put them up in the air. Good recognition from Clairvoyant to bubble Anarchy, but there's only so much recognition that can go in the way of overwhelming damage. Mizzou Esports just cannot stop UCI.
Yeah, to me, it's so tough. As I mentioned, Zarya only has 2 bubbles, and the amount of damage available for UCI and how in sync they are with the damage they can lay out, those bubbles just get obliterated, and then they're able to just kill you through all of that. It doesn't matter how much charge Zarya has when they're killing everyone else.
Again, another duplicate from Backstab. It's going to try their luck on the Doomfist, but look at UCI. Look who they went for. Look how quick they were to get them out of that duplication. Gambit was hit with a stick. Recalling is going to save their life. Now we're going to see the Kitsune rush from Tommy Salami. Otters has the sound barrier in time, but it's not in time enough to save the life of Light. Gambit getting their footing, going on a tear, and Mizzou finally get control of the flashpoint.
It cost them 4 ultimates, however, to flip this point. So one thing, you're going to have the advantage if you get into this next fight quickly. Sai's going to have the duplicate available once again, and I feel like their target is going to be Clairvoyant. Imagine a situation, Sam, where you're in a dive with a Doomfist, plus you can have a duplicated Zarya who can give your dive bubbles. This is going to be disgusting.
There it is. Sai. Already just doing what they need to do to give the space over to UCI Overwatch, and even being brought out of their duplicate, now that they're back over to Echo, it doesn't even really matter. They didn't miss a single beat.
Yeah,
Pure
because
craziness.
The damage they got on the field with the Zarya before losing their duplicate got so many targets low, so you go back to the Echo, you just press focusing beat and you kill everyone. Like, it was just well executed by UCI time and time again.
And Clairvoyant, the second they even get close to the site, their bubbles are ripped through and then their health to go along with it. Maybe the switch over to Cassidy from Gambit will do something from them, at the very least fight against Sai. Excal throws the pulse bomb once again into the back lines. It's not going to be able to get much from it. Mizzou flips it back over. UCI still has the time to contest and bring it back.
Yeah, they should get one more attempt at this, but this is actually looking really good for Mizzou. They're going to have 3 ultimates to commit to this fight. This Graviton Surge, while, it's going to be tough to, get someone with the amount of mobility they have, it's just going to be about getting that one important target.
All right, Light giving us another look into the skies with this Meteor Strike. It's the right place at the right time. Here's the Graviton Surge. Otters is going to sound barrier the team to safety through the inevitable void of a black hole. Clairvoyant is gone. No more tank for Mizzou. And just like that, it's domino pieces, it feels like, at this point. Even with backstab on the Doomfist, looking towards the support of Otters and Supreme. That's really all it feels like they're doing, is just looking at them. The damage is just not following through to get rid of them. The 3K final blows from Light really just goes to highlight how much of a danger this tank is.
Absolutely ridiculous. It feels like UCI's plan coming into these fights, Sam, have been, let's focus Clairvoyant down, especially on this Zarya, get these bubbles off the field, and then we're going to be looking solid. Like, I've never seen, normally the tank is not the one you focus more on the squishies, but UCI makes such a conservative effort to go after Clairvoyant, and they're succeeding at it, which is making their job that much more easier. You get the tank off the field, it's going to be hard to win that fight.
Oh, it's going to be so much harder when Light is doing what Light does best. In tandem with their DPS players, Sai and Light, this dynamic duo is sending Mizzou, she's sending shockwaves through Mizzou, honestly.
It's absolutely ridiculous. And I think that was also not the best pathing from Mizzou. They took the wide path and the path that leads to the edge, to where, Doomfist gets a good punch Light and you can punch people off of the edge, and UCI was able to take full advantage of that. But if you're Sai, you got to be careful. You're already down and Gambit's got the high noon.
Come away. Backstabbed. Gave Mizzou a fighting chance. Mizzou is going to take that chance in spades. Not much in the way of ultimates for Mizzou. UCI building up towards them as well, but you got the point, and you need to hold on to this point. UCI getting it means they win.
Once again, Sai is going to have the duplicate, so will backstab, but we just seen every time Sai pops his duplicate, he gets some value in some way, whether it's putting a lot of damage in, getting some kills, but he always finds something.
A high noon from Gambit. Just what the doctor ordered. Did enough damage to Light, and Mizzou pushing forward, not letting this escape from them, not giving them the opportunity to find anything there. Mizzou doing a very admirable job of not only holding on to this, but getting the picks that they need against UCI.
And now you're in a situation for Mizzou, is you only need one more fight to bring this in, but Sai's already found backstabbed.
Otters! Caught inside of the Ajax, I think. Crazy how that happens, just the blink of an eye. But it's still Light alive, bringing them back with the Meteor Strike. And boom, just like that, even without the sound barrier, UCI They're still going to get this point back, but Mizzou at 96% if they can just get this, Ray.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, once again, one final fight for Mizzou to keep their hopes alive in this series. They have the tools in their war chest to be able to get this done, Sam. So I feel like you just got to go all out here. I'm looking to just throw all 3 ultimates aggressively at UCI, take this point, keep ourselves alive.
Keep yourself alive. Time is starting to tick against you. Thankfully, the numbers aren't working against you. This time, it's going for you. And Anarchy has that very vital sound barrier. We've seen it time and time again. UCI is going to make it to the point just in the nick of time, but Light having to be the person to make it over there, Mizzou is going to descend upon them, taking a page from the playbook of UCI, and finally for this team, to be able to put a flashpoint on the board.
And the best part of that whole experience, Sam, was they didn't even commit all their ultimates to be able to get that. So they're going to be in a good position heading into the next point, which will be Palace. Unfortunately, UCI is going to have a great positioning advantage to be able to set themselves on this point before Mizzou's even here. But Clairvoyant has this Graviton Surge to be able to use, and there is no sound barrier available to Otters.
No, it's not. Mizzou's got all of the opportunities. Mizzou has all of the ultimates. Clairvoyant just needs to be smart about this and grab Light in there. The protection Suzu, so much expended by UCI to try and keep themselves alive, but at that sound barrier, it is a much more difficult affair. Mizzou Esports, this is the team that we've been wanting to see, and a reminder of what division that they are in.
Couldn't agree more with you, Sam, and the beauty. One of my big pet peeves when I'm watching these games is being able to win fights without having to commit a whole chest of ultimates. They did that with only the Grav, so that just makes Ray a happy caster.
That means we get to see more Overwatch, possibly. First of the ultimates now, again from Mizzou. The cycling and seeing if maybe they only need to commit the one. Tommy Salami is going to give us the Kitsune Rush, but rather than try to engage on top of it, UCI is going to pull back and pull away. Mizzou committing that very early into the team fight before UCI had even made it onto the point. We're going to see the counter Kitsune Rush from Supreme. This time, though, Mizzou has to fight on point, so that way they can actually keep it and hold on to it. Xcal is going to get away with murder on Backstab, has the Pulse Bomb available, lands close enough to Clairvoyant, but they're going to bubble themselves to safety. Up in the air goes the Meteor Strike, almost pushed away, but Gambit has been found out by Sai. This is going to be UCI taking the point back.
Yeah, in the blink of an eye, a lot of this ult economy has been reset in the favor of UCI. The only ultimate they're even sniffing close to from Mizzou is going to be that Graviton Surge. That's 40% away. As UCI, it's going to take 2 long engaged fights to bring this home, but they have the ults to be able to do it. But Xcal's been found.
Backs against the wall here for Mizzou. Every single percent closer that UCI gets to this point is another percentage closer to their ultimate win in this series. Mizzou already got the first piece of the puzzle set in place. They just need to figure out how to slot the rest of them in there. Tommy Salami and Clairvoyant needing to find life once more. Sai is going to buy so much extra time for UCI with a duplication onto the Zarya, and has pushed them all the way back here, Ray.
Yeah, very well played. Not going to be able to get the Graviton Surge, but as you mentioned, it just buys so much space as Clairvoyant is right there to the Graviton Surge.
It is overtime, out of time for Mizzou. It is a now or never moment for this team, but the now is here. The now is Mizzou. The now is Backstabbed. They hold on, flipping the point. Just one more team fight. This map is tied 2-2.
That was just perfect, Sam. Tommy Salami got the Kitsune Rush up just in time. That forced out Otter's sound barrier, and Clairvoyant then gets a free grab, and they're able to ride that momentum to the top. As yeah, that's now 2-2, and it's all going to come down to Ruins to decide this map.
All right, one final point here. Oh, and Light couldn't quite cross the barrier known as a doorway. Just hitting the top of it. Oh, UCI headless, it feels like, being hunted down piece by piece of Mizzou. And Mizzou are giving themselves so much in the way of actually being able to take this final point.
Yeah, but the spawn room is closer for the side of UCI, so they're going to be able to get favorable positions on this next point. But the ult economy is going to be slightly in the favor of Mizzou.
UCI is not going to waste any time, though. Here's the Kitsune rush backstab. Is going to give us a Doomfist duplication once more up in the air. Anarchy popping the sound barrier, making sure that they were going to be safe from the heavens descending down upon them. But Light, deciding they had enough of that, is going to land right on top of Gambit. Sai is going to seemingly be the only casualty for UCI. Mizzou, meanwhile, the entire team is the casualty.
Oh, Sam, and that's an absolutely devastating fight for Mizzou. 3 ultimates committed into that fight, and they were not able to win it, as UCI has so much going for them. Ultimates-wise, Mizzou has a Kitsune Rush and maybe a Graviton Surge for this final fight to try and start the reverse sweep.
It's got to be here. It's got to be now. Mizzou's done so much in Saravasa. They're so close to being able to bring us into the map 4. But every single passing second is just every single passing second that UCI is ever so thankful for. Side back on the Zarya once more with his duplication. Tommy Salami has the Kitsune Rush, giving them just enough of the damage that they were looking for to stop UCI Overwatch in their tracks. But they still have a long road to go, Ray. It's 0 to 100 or nothing.
Yeah, and for UCI to be able to send themselves to a big victory here over Mizzou, I think XCal is going to be the X factor in this next fight. Has the Pulse Bomb available because essentially Otters, his ultimate is there to just overwhelm and nullify that Clairvoyant Graviton Surge.
All cards are on the table for both of these teams. UCI Overwatch just needs to win this one and only team fight. A lot more reserved what we've been getting from this team than we have seen in quite some time. Here comes the Graviton Surge, but Otters has the sound barrier. There is the X Factor coming from that Pulse Bomb. It's just on backstab. The duplication is gone, but here's the kicker. Clairvoyant is no longer. There is no tank for Mizzou, and this gives Light exactly what they were looking for. Free raid to destroy Mizzou. All of them gone in overtime. There is just last seconds. We're seeing Clairvoyant on Doomfist. We haven't gotten them since Samoa. Not even a sound barrier is gonna stop UCI. 3-0 in the series, but 3-2 on Samoa. Much better showing from Mizzou, and hopefully, Ray, this is something that they can use to build upon.
Yeah, I hope this can be a springboard, give them some confidence, because they played this map so well. I kind of feel bad for Mizzou. I was kind of hoping they were going to force a map number 4 there. But the clutch up, XCal hitting that Pulse Bomb onto the duplicated backstab, completely nullifying that ultimate, because the Doofus was ready to get in there and start punching and start finding kills. And they just completely took that off of the board. And then because of the Pulse Bomb also got a lot of other targets in that area low, and you're able as Sai to get the focusing beam out and find the kills. So again, this was just a pure display of teamwork and synergy coming out from UCI.
UCI tonight has given me reason to understand what this team is doing in this division. I think it's giving us all the reasons why they're here. Everything that they were doing just felt like just the icing on top of a cake that they had baked to perfection, and nothing was really in the way of them ever at any point. Maybe Saravasa, Mizzou was giving UCI some trouble, but it just wasn't enough to really throw UCI off their rocker. And we saw it even with how close they were getting to potentially losing Saravasa. They never lost their nerve. They didn't dive onto the side. They weren't going crazy. They were waiting for right opportunities, right moments, getting ultimates out of Mizzou, especially the Graviton Surge. They knew what they needed to do. They knew what the win conditions were. And every single time they identified those, they just ran away with it.
Once again, just a pure masterclass on display from UCI. And as I had talked about previously on Watchpoint Gibraltar, they're the one team I'm excited for and looking out for as we get closer and closer to those playoffs. I think they can be a team who those top 4 teams got a little sweat on the brow. Like you can't underestimate this team. They are brimming with talent and they have the synergy to back it up.
That they do, Ray, but that is going to be it for the second game of the evening, but we still have one more to go here on NECC. We have UCSCA going up against UNM Esports Cherry in about 30 minutes, so definitely don't want to miss that game. It's going to be an exciting game to cap off the night, so we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. One final game to go for tonight in NECC Overwatch 2. We have the University of California Santa Cruz A taking on University of New Mexico Esports Cherry. Ray, this one is actually going to be kind of an interesting game, I think, especially one to cap off the evening. We're stepping into the Champions Division, but both of these teams, kind of when you look at their win rate, are pretty similar to each other, right? One team, UCSCA, 5-0, UNM Esports Cherry 4-1, and so really it could be anyone's game right now, just based off of what we're getting out of getting out of record.
Yeah, both these teams are just brimming with talent in the Champions Division. So with that, let's go ahead and show you guys the roster for UCSCA, and I'm sure immediately everyone's going to be recognizing their tank, Zebra.
A little bit of a popular name out there in the world. And I believe our producer was even going a little bit nuts, telling us rank 19 tank in the world. So we have MVM as well, J2HC, of course, Zebra themselves, Kreffin, and the Orchestra. This team is going to be operating on what Zebra is going to be playing. And from what we also heard, a big Doomfist player. So a meta that very much favors that hero, and one that we saw really used well by UCI in our previous matchup. But now we take a look over at University of New Mexico Esports Cherry, where we have Keygator, Karama, Barracks, Bozeman, Silhouette. Ray, I mean, we recognize a lot of these names, right?
A lot of these names I recognize from all sorts of casts I've done, from CGL to collegiate. I mean, UNM they're 4-1 for a reason. They have a lot of big names on their team in the Champions Division, so I expect quite a match between these two teams. You know, these first two matches we watched go 3-0. I think this one has potential for a 5-map banger.
Ooh, we're going all the way. We're going the distance. Nothing like a little bit of late night Overwatch to really get the blood pumping, Ray. And that's exactly what we're hoping to get out of these two teams. Again, you know, UCSC 5-1 or 5-0. UNM 4-1. So these differentials in just what they've been able to win here in week 5, not that really different, not that really too much craziness going on there. And so, I mean, a really good opportunity for UNM to get another win on the board, and a very big boon for them. But of course, UCSC looking to continue that undefeated streak, and it could potentially be possible. And it's all going to start off on our very first map, which is none other than Ilios.
Yeah, and I think this map, it was UCSCA's map pick. I think considering Zebra being such a great Doomfist player, this is going to be the perfect playground to be able to play those compositions. So it's no surprise we're headed here, and just expect a lot of Doomfist out of UCSC. I feel like if you're UNM, you have to know the name Zebra and knows what heroes they like to play. And I'm sure they do a lot of scouting, they do a lot of scrimming. They're going to have a plan to try and stop this composition that UCSC is likely going to be rolling out on.
Hopefully they'll be able to. Again, it's always so important to be able to take these opportunities to understand your team, to understand what you are going up against, and what the idea is of how you're going to control the enemy team. And if you know the linchpin of success is this one player, and specific ways that they like to play, right? Where Ray, this for UNM Esports Cherry could be the blueprint, the Rosetta Stone that can translate them into something of a win here tonight in the series against the Slugs. But of course, even throughout all of this, you can't ever discount just the pure raw skill that we may get out of Zebra, and it could potentially even be all for naught. But Ilios is going to be that good test ground, that good test bed of what is possible and what could happen.
Couldn't agree with you more. We do know the first submap is going to be well, so lots of opportunities here. I think dive is always going to be the premium on this map. I feel like the only map where you change things up composition wise tends to be ruins, but I just can't wait to see what these teams are going to roll out, especially with UNM, because I think we expect this coming out of UCSC, but it looks like UNM is like, listen, we know you like to play Doomfist. Touche, we're going to match you at it.
That's a tall order, I think, for any team to try and match the Doomfist of Zebra. But hey, they're feeling like it's actually going to work for them. More power to them is what I say here. The other thing that I think is interesting across the board is that we look at the sport lineups being probably going to stick with the Moira silhouette is giving us the standard Kiriko.
Yes, they're going to have the ability to hack Burix and make his job that much harder, but there's going to be a lot more burst damage available for Kurama on this Echo, so I think that's going to be the crux of the issue for UNM.
There's also a crux of the issue for UCSC. K2HC got a little too close to Barracks and head blown right off of their shoulders. UNM Esports Cherry coming in hard and fast and taking the point first.
Yeah, that's going to be the key for UCSC, is taking advantage of the hacked targets that J2HC is able to find. But like I said, UNM is just doing a great job of following up on the burst damage available. That's what you're looking for. Hack, kill Burix.
If J2HC lives long enough to actually get the heck off onto Barracks, there's not much that this Doomfist can do. And then you're going through, picking off the rest of them piece by little piece. No one is going to escape from this team. It's only a matter of time. It feels like UNM is still doing a phenomenal job holding on to the point for as long as possible and squeezing out every single last percent.
Yeah, in a really staggered, long, fight like that, that's all you can do if you're UNM, because you're going to lose that fight. This next fight coming up, we're going to have the battle of the pulse bombs between Kigater and NVM. So really, those are going to be the players looking to open things up for the teams, but Kurama is lurking with this duplicate coming up online soon.
Who is going to blow someone up? It is MVM. Never mind them that is going to be on Barracks to go along with it. The tank scent packing UNM Esports Cherry continuing to suffer losses purely at the hands of MVM, who is so hungry, so determined, backing up and knowing when to press the attack once more.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see this interaction between the Moira versus the Kiriko, because I believe Moira in general is going to have a lot more burst damage up front with the orbs plus, the spray. So, but Kiriko's got that Suzu.
T-Gator not landing that pulse bomb. Kurama was duplicated, but NVM, who better to do it but them, gets them outside of it. And now Zebra is giving us a stark reminder of what they're capable of on this Doomfist. But again, we're seeing this, Ray. We saw it earlier tonight out of UCI, UCSC doing the same thing, this coordination that you're getting out of the Dive Doomfist composition.
Yeah, I feel like that was just very well played by UCSC. They basically baited UNM over to like the little room off to the side with a mini health pack, and that's exactly where USC has wanted to play. They're going to take full advantage. Kurama's on the Cassie now, but it feels like it might be too little too late. But they get NVM.
Wait a minute, and Zebra still has to get back over the site, and so without them, there was nothing to protect against Burix. UCSC collapses, they tumble, they give it the point. UNM Esports Cherry picking up where they left off.
Yeah, this magnetic grenade that's now available to Kurama, with the amount of mobility available to UCSC, that ability can be a big hindrance. So Kurama's got to be decisive with who you throw that onto.
J2HC, this EMP could be the world, and it is going to give them the world. Kurama caught inside of it, Silhouette and Keygator as well. Silhouette's going to get out of it just in the nick of time, but Keygator is still struggling to find their way through it. The recovery from UNM Esports, Ray, is perfect. Barracks is still alive. That's even more so important, and dips and dives just out of the way of the inevitable meteor strike that was landing on top of them. But really, once again, it's just about buying as much time. One more team fight to go. UCSC needs to win.
Yeah, the closer you get to 99, the better it's going to be. One final fight for both these teams to make something happen. But Kurama has been staggered, so this final fight is going to be that much more difficult for UNM to find something. It's going to be on the back of Keygator to find something with this pulse bomb.
99%. Erix gets to the target location just in the nick of time. The rest of the team's just not able to do it, though. Everyone else who's trying to come up is just getting murdered. Crevin's going to top it all off with a beautiful coalescence. That is 100 to 93 in favor UCSCA.
As that's just a great opening map for both those teams. Essentially 99 to 99. UNM's doing a great job of matching UCSC's Doomfist composition, and they've been making nice swaps that have been working out for them. I like the Echo at the beginning, had a lot of that burst damage, then even going to the Cassidy at the end made some major waves and forced UCSC to have to play slightly differently and have to take, service of Kurama and know where he is and knowing that's their primary target to get down.
This time, not wasting any time with the choice of Cassidy. Kurama is already going to go over to it. But not much in the lines are going to be changing here, except for Barracks deciding that, yeah, Doomfist, not really what we were feeling. Let's see how Diva is going to work for us.
Yeah, I like the ability to be able to play the Diva, but it's going to be tough. Just look at all that damage they're already putting onto the mech, forcing out these Suzu so early. This is a big buff for UCSC.
It's still a trade. Kurama and Kreffin out. UCSC missing a lot of that healing from their main support. The orchestra just was not good enough to be able to carry up the rest of that. UCSC are still suffering some of those losses, and the contestation is coming back, but NVM is putting in the overtime to try and equalize things back out. And against all odds, through the efforts, it feels like this Tracer Doomfist combination is actually working. Barracks wanted to go for it again, punched into the wall, stunned just long enough, and the boatload of damage that hit them like a truck sends them away.
Yeah, I didn't like the idea of Burix dropping down to contest point like that. Everyone was waiting for him. The rest of the team wasn't even ready to follow up, and he just gets blown up immediately. And now NVM, who's been absolutely dominating, has another pulse bomb available to be able to use in this next fight. So you got to be careful as he's on the hunt.
Oh my god, that was close. Able to pop the recall just in the nick of time. Zebra, of course, has this mega pack to keep them alive. Key Gators, pulse bomb. Just what UNM Esports Cherry was looking for. Getting the rest of the results that they were looking for, but NVM, again, this pulse bomb not only gets Kurama, but gets Burix out of their mech. And so for the recontestation from UCSC, when the reinforcements come through, just gets rid of the baby diva that is Burix. Very close to actually making that happen. Gets it done. Point was only lost for just a second. Now they're in control once more.
Yeah, just when things were looking up for UNM, in comes NVM with the big pulse bomb. Finds essentially two because you get the Diva mech, and that's pretty much able to re-flip the fight in your favor. And now they can play aggressively here with this EMP that J2HC is going to have available.
Silhouette, Kitsune Rush, but J2HC always has the answers, and it's going to be an EMP, but Zebra has been eliminated. UNM Esports Cherry is trying to go for everyone as quickly as they possibly can. Barracks, quick self-destruct to buy some space and some time, but you're not buying anything to stop NVM. They still are putting so much pressure, putting so much damage onto these players. Zebra goes up in the air, away from the high noon. NVM assassinates Kurama, but too much damage had been dealt to Zebra for them to go any further at that point. Dive onto the rest of the targets. UNM Esports Cherry back in control of the point and ticking upwards ever so slowly.
Yeah, but again, the aggression for Burix time and time again, you get the pulse bomb onto NVM, but it costs you your mech, and I don't know if that's going to be a favorable trade because NVM is going to be back fast and they can just look to push aggressively here. So I think once again, Kagator is going to have to look to find a big pulse bomb and try and flip this in their favor because if UCSC wins this fight, it's going to be all but over with 85% they've already had.
UCSC has to realize too that Burix is not inside of the mech. Get rid of them before they can actually get inside of it, and they actually make it, and UCSC loses Zebra. UNM Esports Cherry operating at peak efficiency. Kurama giving us a lesson on some Wild West shooting. UNM Esports Cherry holding on strong.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just could not get Burix in that mini diva form in time. So now you're in the situation where UCSC, this is pretty much final fight territory for both of these teams. You're gonna have both your support ultimates online, so you're going to have a key advantage in this ult economy to try and bring Ilios home.
Spirits flying all over the place, but the Coalescence lands on top of them and lands them outside of their mech. Kreffin is hunting down whoever they can from their ultimate, and the hunt has been accomplished. Byrix didn't get inside of the mech. It was so close, but the Orchestra capitalizes, stops them.
There might be an opportunity here for UNM to try and get a touch. Byrix going to go over the Doomfist as we see Bozeman, who has a sound barrier, should be able to get the touch, has to use a sound barrier to be able to do so, which gives UCSC an advantage to counter sound barrier.
Bozeman didn't get the sound barrier off. The Orchestra was able to, and now Envy him is cutting through all of UNM Esports Cherry, deciding they've had enough of any pretense or speculation of this map going in any other way than a 2-0 for UCSCA. The Slugs coming out on top.
Yeah, already making a big statement coming into the series, but I think UNM, all things considered, played that map pretty well, considering their map. Considering for the first map, they were matching Doomfist, and essentially went 99-99. I feel like if you coordinated your attacks a little bit better, I still think back to that fight where Byrix just dropped a point to contest on Lighthouse and just got his mech blown up when the rest of the team wasn't ready. You clean some of that stuff up, and we're gonna be looking at a great series.
I think we are. I mean, these maps were relatively close, Ray. I mean, it really just felt like it came down to the wire in a lot of these instances, but it also never really felt to me like UCSC was ever worried at the same time. It felt like they knew what they needed to do to get the job done. It was just all about capitalizing on that. And we talked a lot about how amazing Zebra was, but I feel like the real star of at least Ilios was MVM. This Tracer was devastating against UNM.
Yeah, could not agree with you more. It felt like if their back's against the wall and they needed a big play, NVM was the person to come through. And I was a big fan of J2HC. I mean, there were points where it felt like the Sombra wasn't as effective as they wanted to be, but on Lighthouse specifically, I think they did a really great job of finding key hacks and making it work very well. Did it work on well as much as it could have? No, but I mean, you know, sometimes it is what it is and you just adjust, and they did a great job.
I mean, we were getting adjustments across the board. I love the choice from Karama to go over to Cassidy. I thought that worked out really well for this team, getting that extra front-loaded damage from the Wild West Cowboy themselves. It just wasn't getting quite the same impact that we were getting out of MVM's Tracer. And obviously, that's why Karama went to the Cassidy. They wanted to be able to try and contain MVM as best as possible. As it turns out, there really was no container to stop them. There was no way that it felt like they could control the narrative. And that's also the part where Cassidy really suffers and languishes. If they're caught out bad. If they're in a bad position, then the rest of the team is so quick to get on top of Cassidy that there's really no opportunity for them to do anything except for try and fight for their life or hope that someone is able to peel and bail them out.
Yeah, very excited to see where this series goes from here as they are looking to pick maps still. The one things we do know is Dorado and Circuit have been banned, as Escort will be the next map choice. Based on that, UNM will get the map choice. To me, if they want to continue to play more dive-centric like Diva compositions, I think Watchpoint Gibraltar is always going to be a big shout for that style of composition. But who knows? They were forced on the Ilios for map 1. Maybe they are better at more brawly style maps, and maybe they take us to that, as we do have the map choice coming in, and we are going to Shambhala Monastery.
I like this choice. A much more linear affair climbing up the mountain of Nepal. This is going to be, I think, UNM's best chance, it feels like, here on Shambhala Monastery, with the compositions that we've been seeing out of them. One that I think favors also just really well. We saw the really clean Diva gameplay out of this team, and something that I hope is going to be able to translate just that little bit better on Shambhala. A lot more of the high ground that they can definitely abuse, different ways that they can get in there. But of course, you're still looking at this Zebra Doomfist meta that is not going to struggle or suffer in the same way, I don't think, Ray. Regardless, UNM Esports losing out on map number 1. This is going to be their map choice, Shambhala Monastery. Hopefully, this is the key to their success and their victory.
Yeah, this map tends to be much more heavily, toward Ramattra's and Sigma style play, but I have seen, the likes of like Maryville, for example, forcing Doomfist on this map and working out pretty well in their favor. So for UNM, that's going to be the big question is, did they bring us here to look to play Sigma or Ramattra compositions? I think that's exactly what we're going to be looking at, but I'm excited to see what else UNM has up their sleeve.
About to find out here. The doors are unlocking relatively soon. Barracks, what are you doing to us here, buddy? You giving us a look at Mauga? Hovering over
Barracks
it?
ain't playing no Mauga. Stop it.
I know. But listen, Ray, listen.
Maybe in the next patch.
Maybe in the next patch. We are seeing some of those changes from the developers have been talking about. We gave a little bit of discussion in it behind the scenes, but until those are confirmed, I don't want to get my hopes up too much.
I mean, Overwatch Cavalry already made a post about it, so...
Barracks is holding on to it for a long time, though. We all know
it's bait.
UCSC.
What I'm interested about is on Ilios, they elected to play the Sombra, which I kind of get on a map like Ilios. Come into Shambali, they're going to keep playing this Doomfist, but they bring in the Echo.
Barracks is giving us Mauga.
Let's go!
Let's go! Holy cow! They're actually walking out with Mauga and a Bastion. And so what does UCSC do? They go back over. It looks like we flipped the sides. But UNM is the ones that are on attack. UNM are the ones that need to push the payload. But instead, they're the ones that have the high ground.
This is so odd as Cruffin finds the pick on a Bozeman. So now things are looking a little bleak here as they have to try and counter-rotate. But the mobility for UCSC is just so good.
He's going to get in there. They're getting so much damage put on them. And it feels like nothing is really coming to fruition for UNM. Listen, I admire the choice of Mauga and the Bastion. But the real issue is that UCSC can play so disjointed that it really becomes difficult to pick a target to fight against.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It's like, as soon as they saw Mauga and them going to the high ground, they all just completely split up and recoalesced like they were attacking. Like, there's not much UNM can do to try and get on top of this mobile composition playing Mauga.
Meanwhile, this entire time, as well, by the way, that card had not moved a single inch. They just let it sit there. And this is exactly what UCSC was like, all right, well, if you don't want to fight us, we'll just go and play on your own payload. Keygator gets the headshot off onto J2HC, but UCSC is going to answer right back in kind, dealing untold, unspeakable amounts of damage. The perfect stick from NVM. They go to get rid of the final Bozeman target. Just barely able to get the boop off in time. Karama is going to eliminate Kreffin. UNM needs to push this.
Yeah, that pick on the Kreffin is going to be huge, Sam, because now if you're UCSC, you can't afford to play aggressively. Your main healing source is off of the field, so they have to completely back up and allow UNM to take this corridor. And that's exactly what they want to be able to do, because this corridor is where things are going to get a lot more brawly for them to work with this Mauga composition.
Yeah, and look at what's happening to Karama. They're looking in two different directions, trying to figure a target in the turret form. Up comes the artillery strike. J2HC going to fall, but Zebra has the answers in kind. Get right into the back line as quick as you can, and then dive on top of Karama, dealing just enough damage that even when you're eliminated, the rest of the team is able to do the job and get it done. Barracks having to run out, may be able to do it. The pulse bomb doesn't stick, but still does enough damage to get rid of Barracks.
There's actually twice in a row where NVM kind of just yeeted the pulse bomb and Barracks kind of got backed up into it and gets killed. But, I mean, just look at all this damage that J2HC on this Echo is able to apply. Karama's already down.
Yeah, Karama's out of here. Zebra wanting to make sure to apply the pressure in all of the right places. UNM Esports Cherry Ray, I'm going to be honest, this composition is just, it's gaining the distance, but it feels like at this point, without the payload as cover, how can you cover this distance?
Yeah, this is where things are starting to get a lot more difficult for them to be able to find these picks, and the charge is not able to find the value it needs, as UCSC is just doing a great job of disengaging when these cooldowns come out.
We're in the gulag now. Oh, but guess who's gonna do it? J2HC right back into the orchestra, pumps off the beat. Now we have the Malga v Malga. The ultimate wears off, and no one is going to fall from that. The orchestra keeps the team alive, and now J2HC with a focusing beam, focusing down Kurama. Barracks, nowhere to go except for into the waiting arms of UCSC. The final seconds are ticking away, and so are the chances for UNM. UCSC playing tricks around this Malga composition.
Yeah, the first point hold coming in very strong for UCSC. Sticking to their guns on this Doomfist composition has been the right call, and they're just playing it at a superb level. I like coming into a map like this that's a lot more close quarters, a lot more alleys, where you can just throw the sticky bombs down an alley. You're going to hit someone and just throw out so much damage on this Echo instead of playing the Sombra. I think it's a nice adaptation coming into Shambali to still be able to play the Doomfist composition.
I couldn't agree with you more, Ray. But for UCSC, we know how far that they need to go. And in all honesty, it doesn't really feel that far. Just over 85 meters. That's it. They don't even need to, no checkpoints that they have to worry about. It's going to be very difficult for UNM, and they're still going to stick with this Malga composition. Kurama, on the flip side, is going to give us the Swedish meatball master himself, Torbjorn.
Which I don't think is like a throw pick whatsoever.
No,
I think the
agreed.
turret that the Swedish man has available can do a lot to disrupt what J2HC and MVM want to do with their flanks. Get a nice turret there and have it constantly pepper them with damage and bother them, because the turret does apply that healing reduction if it gets hits onto them. So I think this could be a smart adaptation, but it's just tough when you got first point held and UCSC just seems to be firing on all cylinders at this point. They have to find a way to dismantle these dives.
So far, the clairvoyance just hasn't come to them and how to stop this dive. Maybe Torbjorn was just what they were looking for, just what they need. Time will give us the lessons on that. Rama being thrown all over the place. Going a little bit down, you see Zebra alone and by themselves while you're trying to get rid of the tank. NBM is going to get rid of your Moira, but Kurama is going to run down Kreffin to go along with that. One turret comes up. My goodness! It was a last-second melee that Kurama landed on NBM, but no healing to save them from the 9 HP that they only had. They fall. UNM Esports Cherry looking like the rest of them are going to be joining that same grave.
Love to see the Torbjorn ready to fight plays coming in from Kurama. And I can do that a lot better with my voice being raspy. So big dubs here as UCSC is now rounding the final corner to try and bring this to a clean 2-0 series. J2HC is coming up on this duplicate to try and bring it home.
Barracks getting into the face of the opposition. UCSC gonna back off. Big pick though. MVM is gone. A little less to worry about for UNM Esports, continuing to push forward. And finally for this team, a bit of breathing room that they get to gain and some time to collect their thoughts.
Yeah, back to the spawn doors goes UCSC. And that was a big fight for UNM because now they're going to have some ultimates coming online to be able to match what UCSC is coming into this fight. So Kurama, Bozeman, Silhouette, their ultimates are going to be so important to keeping this map alive and their hopes to tie up the series 1-1.
Orchestra is getting caught inside of this tiny room. They've pushed Barracks into that tiny area. First of the Molten Cores is on the ground. Now we're going to have the Meteor Strike on top of Bozeman. It's this once again figuring out who's the low target. Kurama's Torbjorn snipes out NVM, but it's Kreffin with this Moira getting into their faces, putting them all down to bed and dealing the damage along with it. Barracks in a last-ditch effort brings us into the gulag. We fly into it to bail out the rest of the team. Barracks is going to get the sound barrier, but it feels like even with that extra support from their Lucio, they got ripped to shreds anyways. The cart going to its final destination. The last pieces of UNM Esports Cherry looking to do whatever they can to stop it here. Kurama is on, the Torbjorn is out. Keygator with this Tracer, seeing whatever threat, whatever possibilities are there, but the possibilities for UCSC on the flip side are endless. Cart goes to where it needs to be, map number 2. UCSCA.
Very well played, all things considered, by UCSC. The big thing in that final scrum fight we saw was J2HC got a big pick on to the Lucio on the side of UNM, and they weren't able to use the sound barrier in that fight, and because of that they're able to get that victory, because then he comes back and uses it late when it was just all for naught at that point. So just very good target focus coming in for UCSC on this Doomfist. UNM tried to throw some stuff against the wall to try and deal with this Doomfist. Unfortunately, this composition did not stick. And, you know, coming into map number 3, where they're going to have to reverse sweep, one composition we have seen success against the Doomfist is Junker Queen.
You are right, Ray. Hopefully UNM Esports has that in their toolkit. Junker Queen has been an indomitable force as well. We talked to and sung the praises a lot about Doomfist, and obviously Zebra is immaculate on this player, on this hero itself. So hopefully UNM Esports are able to do that same thing, and especially when you look at Flashpoint just in general, either Suravasa or New Junk City, well, this is where they need to make their final stand, right? This is where they need to make the reverse sweep happen. Otherwise, this is going to be UCSC taking home 3-0 and another win in the pocket, continuing their undefeated streak, Ray. We're going to find out all of this and more, though, on if UNM Esports Cherry is going to be able to start the reverse sweep, or if UCSC is going to put that to bed and go home 6-0. UCSC very, very close to being able to close things out here with themselves now being on series point. UNM Esports Cherry has no other choice than to begin the reverse sweep now. The reverse sweep has to happen on our next map, Suravasa.
Yeah, no surprises here. We get 3 games in a row where it all comes down to Suravasa to try and keep the hopes alive for UNM of making the reverse sweep. And I think for the side of UCSC, this, is a great map choice. It's going to be phenomenal for the Doomfist. We've seen that the other 2 matches today where that composition worked out very well for them. So can't wait to see. I mean, once again, I think it's going to be on UNM to try and find an answer to the Doomfist composition. We kind of, talked about it before the break that we thought the Junker Queen would be a good idea. And I think that kind of composition can work very well on Suravasa.
Only thing, and I hate to say this, Ray, is that I hope we don't see Mauga again. That, I had to be honest, it worked like maybe 1% of the time against UCSC, and the other 99% was just UCSC working right back against them. I like it. It was unconventional. It was kind of crazy. It was kind of out there, but I also felt like at a certain point, you just have to give up on the Mauga composition. You had to give up on that idea and switch over to something different. Maybe even try to meet Zebra on the Doomfist again, or the Diva that you found a lot of value out of when it came to Lighthouse on Ilios. But I mean, here on Suravasa, we may be able to see that Junker Queen again, or we could even see some of the similar looks that we got out of UNM, out of Ilios. But whatever it is, it needs to work, and well, it looks like we're going to see if the Doomfist can be met against Zebra once again.
Yeah, we saw Barracks have a lot of good success on Well in the Doomfist mirror. I mean, that map ended up going 99-99. So I think this composition UNM feels pretty comfortable in. And I like that they're going to match Moira on Well before they were playing the Kiriko. But when there's no, Junker Queen ante to deal with, I think just the burst damage of the Moira is going to do yourself a lot more justice. But once again, we're going to see this matchup. The main difference really is just J2HC is on the Sombra, Kagator is on the Echo.
All right, UCSC, one more map to go, and this series is theirs and an undefeated streak that continues its way forward. UNM Esports Cherry on the back foot, backs against the wall. No second chances if they lose Suravasa. And already we're seeing UCSC on top of the point itself. UNM Esports is changing and exchanging blow for blow. This time around, Zebra is the one on the back foot. Kreffin is going to be the first blood. J2HC is going to be traded out, but there's still so much damage that Zebra needs to try and recover from. UNM hasn't gotten the point yet. And now NVM slaps Kurama around. And this is UCSC. Got hit hard. Maybe a little bit bloodied, and some percentage points going over for UNM, but it's all for naught.
Yeah, at first I felt like the burst damage available to Kagator was doing a great job of outweighing the hack that J2HC had, but UCSC was finally able to regroup, take advantage with NVM absolutely farming this backline, and then J2HC got some key hacks going.
Oh my goodness, here they are, leaving the comfort and safety of the point itself. Getting rid of Keygator, eyes set towards Silhouette. Now for the final one of Bozeman. And you're just already, before they even got to the point, UNM has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a beauty on display for UCSC. They're just clinical, decisive in these dives. Zebra is just setting things up, and the DPS are there to follow up with all the damage. NVM, for once, Pulse Bomb falls a little wide, but, I mean, still, one final fight for UNM to try and stop this point from being capped.
And this entire time, they've been just continuously peppering at them. Oh my word, Zebra, you are disgusting, my friend. Now looking towards another target, the kill feed is just lighting up UCSC. Even with the small amount of work that UNM is getting for themselves, this small amount is really all it is. It's small. UCSC, first flashpoint. Theirs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Being able to take a whole Flashpoint only committing a pulse bomb, and the pulse bomb didn't even really find anything. So this next engagement is going to be key for UNM. But the EMP comes out.
The EMP comes out, cutting UNM off before they even had a chance. Keygator goes for the Doomfist duplication. Not much is going to be gained on the other side of that. And while all this is breaking down, while Zebra is having the time of their life, NVM is busy getting down to work.
I was legitimately going to say they needed to win that fight, with little commitment and try and force out a lot of ultimates from UNM, but they're just able, from UCSC, but they're able to just get aggressive and win with the EMP as Kagator is now seeing the value out of this Sombra from J2HC and has decided to pick one of his own.
Get rid of the Doomfist. Give yourself victory. They get into the back line. They hack Zebra. While this is all going down, Barracks is suffering the same exact thing. A really good pulse bomb from Karama lands onto J2HC, but Zebra has the exact trade out on to Keygator. And what's even worse is Barracks is a casualty for UNM Esports. This forces them away. They can't even do anything without their Doomfist.
60% and counting. The one good thing for UNM is UCSC used every single ultimate they had available to them. So you can come back, use this Bozeman sound barrier aggressively, and look to flip this point.
Looks maybe a little bit more difficult than that. Karama is the early initial casualty throughout all of this. A sound barrier, but again, it does nothing for Barracks. They are being torn asunder. This Ray from UCSC is a statement. We want to win Suravasa, and we want to win it now.
Yeah, and to me, you sound barrier into a 4v5, and you don't get an immediate pick. I'm just not sure about that. Probably would have been wise just to give up the point and have that sound barrier coming into the next point, as Barracks is now going to make a swap over to the Orisa. And I kind of like this because you have the ability with your Javelin spin, and your Fortify to limit the amount of CC that Zebra is going to be able to throw down onto you as an Orisa.
This is the flashpoint for UCSC. The series now hinging for UNM on the success of being able to catch this one, the next one, and the next one. That, without Silhouette, may just not be possible. At the very least, for now, UCSC is going to get capture of their final control point that they need.
They did take out the Orchestra, and you're going to have an EMP available.
Oh, and it hit Zebra and Kreffin. Zebra with nowhere to go except for right back into the spawn room. UNM are gonna have to try and survive against Kreffin's Coalescence. That is an insane maneuver from this player, but one that may actually work out for them. Karama's going all over the place. Silhouette has been taken down.
No way.
NVM, what have you just done? You saved the day for UCSC.
Yes, NVM did, but Kreffin kept it alive just long enough. The Coalescence did damage, got players low, and kept the Orchestra up long enough that NVM is able to just clean up. What a display from UCSC to, not give up.
Not give up. Not only that, but then come on to display that level of skill from just 3 players on the point where UNM had it all. It was all in the palm of their hands. And now they're missing Karama. Keygator is going to try and use this Cassidy. But again, NVM is on top of you, destroying any chances, all of your hopes and dreams to go with it. Barracks, you would think that they were tanked, but the health bar is just so far gone and out of here. And with overtime ticking away, UCSCA, map number 3 of Suravasa, theirs. This series, theirs, all 3-0.
As you mentioned, Sam, UCSC came into this series and they made a statement. We're 5-0 for a reason, and we are going to show you why. We don't care that you're also 4-1. We have so much talent, so much synergy, so much going for us, and with this Doomfist comp thriving in this meta, there's not going to be much teams in this in this division can do. Champions division, sorry.
Is a scary, scary place. UCSCA undefeated though still, Ray. 6-0 now. UNM Esports taking another black eye. But I think also too, when you consider what they were going up against, that I would still be pretty happy with the results. managed to stand up against UCSC, who so far has proven to be the top dog of what they're doing in the Champions Division. And they've been just getting away with so much. The Zebra Doomfist composition, tough to play up against. You gotta give it to them for the strategies that they were coming up with, the different looks that we were getting out of them. UCSCA's dominance was on full display, and we're getting the clear understanding of why this team has not been defeated yet.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the one key going forward into the rest of the season, Sam, when we run into upcoming patch changes, how that will affect things. And if this Doomfist comp is still going to be viable, because if this Doomfist comp is still meta, it's going to be hard-pressed to find a team in the Champions Division that can go toe-to-toe against UCSC in this composition. But like I mentioned, a patch change can change things. So if this Doomfist cannot be run anymore, what adjustments did UCSC make, and what other compositions will be on their plate to be able to, keep up their dominance?
That's the beauty of Overwatch. When we get into these states, when we get into the flux moments where things could potentially, a completely different story can be written. But for right now, we're getting the story of UCSC Slugs. 3 maps, all theirs, 2-0, 1-0, 3-0. Feeling like a night for this team that I guess they were expecting, right? This is a team that's just scary, I think is the best word that we can put it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. That's the team to watch out for in the Champions Division. Feels like they could be the winners when it's all said and done. Like I mentioned, it's all just going to depend on how the meta shifts and how these teams can adjust. But for now, that is the team to watch out for.
It absolutely is. But we do want to extend a big thank you to all of you for watching tonight. That is going to be it for us here. But do make sure to follow the channel so that way you get notifications to when we go live. Because, of course, we're going to have more Overwatch again next week. But we also have different games, including Valorant, Rainbow Six Siege. A lot of different things going on here at NECC that you do not want to miss. Of course, I want to give a big thank you as well to our production staff behind the scenes, that being Hippie and Carol. Their amazing work in making us look and sound good and catching all of the hypest moments of what just happened in these past few games. Thank you all once again for watching, and we will see all of you on the next broadcast.